And we're live! Ayan. Naririnig niyo ba ako, guys? Am I loud and clear? Yan. Mega, 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 mega love shout out. Magandang, magandang, magandang gabi. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night. Ayan, lahat-lahat na konnichiwa sa lahat. Ayan, konbanwa naman dahil gabi na dito, o, 'di ba? Ayan, mega mega love shout out syempre. Loud and clear ba ako, guys? Ayan, naririnig niyo ako. Mamaya naka-mute na naman ako, 'di ba? Ganda lang, oh, 'di ba? At syempre 'di ba, before we start the night, ayan, andiyan na si Josen Rivera, oh, 'di ba? Si Kawal ni Timang, admin ko, Era Channel, Sino ba nandyan? Si Radikeleko Tladi. Ayan, welcome back, Radikeleko. Ayan, thank you for coming. Sino pa nandyan? Siyempre, ang sisi ko'y. Ayan, Josa Pantasya. Mega, 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 mega love shout out. Mitchell Valentino. Ayan, good afternoon. No, good morning to you. Ayan, you're awake. And siyempre, andyan na rin si Elaine Park. Ayan, at siyempre, ang aking madam, Maylene Mapili. Mega, 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 mega love shout out sa inyo. At syempre, ayan, ang aking buena mano for tonight. Thank you, thank you. Inday Mama Vlog and welcome to ICEE Fitness PTPH family. And this one is for you. And because ikaw ay ako, ang super bida, thank you for being the super bida of this channel. Again, Inday Mama Vlog, this one is for you. Thank you, mwah, 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 Inday Mama Vlog. Thank you for that. Ayan, di ba? Dahil dyan, na nakumpa, congratulations.
Wow!
Ah,
Congratulations!
diba? Ayan. Sorry naman guys, nagbabackread lang. Ngayon pa lang magba-backread, o, 'di ba? Ayan. And syempre andiyan na rin si Botchok. Ayan, thank you Botchok. Mega, mega, mega love shout out. Ayan, o, 'di ba? Ang dami kong backread, guys. Sensya naman, guys. Ayan. At syempre sa mga hubu diyan, wait lang kayo dahil ayan, andito naman ako, o, 'di ba? Thank you. Ayan, Jensky. Ayan, nakita. Jensky, mega, 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 mega love shout out. Magandang gabi. At syempre, ayan, si Nadine Clavite. Ayan, Madam Nadine. Ayan, I see you. Andyan. 'Di ba? Thank you, Madam Nadine. I hope mag-enjoy ka for tonight's live stream. O, 'di ba? Parang nanunuyot kaagad yung ano ko. And syempre si Becky Kang. Ayan, thank you Becky Kang for coming. At syempre si Wenks. O, diba? Wenks. Mega, 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 mega love shout out. O, diba? Windang na windang kayo. Miss you all, sabi ni Inday, Mama Vlog. O. At syempre, sino pang nandyan? Ayan. Thank you. Ayan, thank you, Josa. O, diba? And ayun, natapos ako. And syempre Nick, ayan, mega, 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 mega love shout out to everyone. O, 'di ba? Ayan, thank you. Natapos din ang pagre-read. O, akala niyo ang haba, 'di ba? Oo, madali lang naman pala. And syempre kung hindi ko kayo napapansin diyan sa baba, ayan, may gusto kayong iyaw-yaw diyan sa baba at di ko naririnig o hindi ko nababasa, ulit-ulitin niyo lang yung sinasabi niyo. Walang problema sa akin guys, ayan, ulit-ulitin niyo hanggang makita ko kayo. Yan, para din mabasa natin yung mga pinagsasabi ninyong lahat. O, 'di ba? Kasi gusto ko, I wanna hear, I wanna interact with you guys. So if I didn't read your comments or the things you want to tell me, ulit-ulitin. Just do it again and again. And sa mga nandyan naman sa baba, andyan din yung admin ko. Kung may mga questions kayo, kausapin niyo yung admin ko dyan sa baba. Thank you, Mitchell. O, diba? Thank you, Mitchell. And dahil dyan, o, diba? Yes. Awesome. Ay, di ko pala sabi. Diba? Ayan. Kasi gusto kong tugtog. Thank you. Pak. Yun. Ayan. Thank you, Mitchell. Diba? Ayun. Thank you for that. Ayan. I do always appreciate you, Mitchell. Ayan. So, sa mga Tagalog English speakers, ayan, everyone is invited. Ayan. So, practicing yung mga English nyo, yung mga Tagalog. Ayan. So, if you're not, basta yun na yun, guys. Wiwindang pa rin, 'di ba? Ang tagal ko ng ginagawa 'to, pati ako nawiwindang pa rin, 'di ba? Ayan, thank you, thank you. Oh, andiyan na rin si Razelma Official. Ayan, mega, 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 mega love shout out, Razelma. Ayan, thank you, thank you. Mega, mega love shout out sa maganda nating host. Magaganda talaga, 'di ba? Ako lang, lahat tayo maganda. O, 'di ba? Ayan. And syempre, for tonight's live stream, we're gonna talk about any struggles you have, whatever it is. O, 'di ba? Any struggles or progress. Ayan, ayan, ilang linggo na ba tayo? It's been 2 weeks, ayan. Magti 3 weeks na tayo this January, 'di ba? Nagsimula yung 2022. So, konnichiwa! Ayan na rin si Timang Vlog. O, 'di ba? Akala mo, nakita mo yan, Timang? 'Di ba kasi gano'n yung kay Timang. Konnichiwa, wa 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 wa. 'Di ba? Gano'n 'yun. Iba siya, oo. Ayan, andiyan na rin si Chang Becky. Ayan, Becky, thank you. Ayan, 'di ba? Thank you sa inyo. So, sa mga may stress and siyempre meron kayong progress na gusto niyong ipagyabang niyo yan dito, 'di ba? At kung meron naman din kayong kinaiinisan, sige, asarin niyo sila dito sa live stream. 'Di ba, gano'n 'yun guys, ayan. So every Thursday, we will talk about anything, ayan. Either physical, mental, anything you wanna talk about is okay today, ayan. If you wanna ask something, Shokoy Shano Vlogs, ayan. Thank you, Shokoy. Ayan, natatawa ako, bakit ba Shokoy? Ano yun, para saan Shokoy? Ayan, thank you for coming. 'Di ba? And mega, mega love shout out. Uy, may bago ako, Timang. Kaso, hindi ko alam kung magugustuhan mo 'to. Ay, wala pala siya dito. Ayan. Wala pala siya dito, hindi ko pala na ano, naayos. Pero yun guys, anything goes tonight. Ayan. So, if you wanna talk about anything, struggles, progress, anything goes, we can talk all about it tonight. Ayan. Para naman mabawasan yung mga ate niya sa katawan. Sabi, "Shoko yung mukha." Ay, wow naman siya. Uy, hindi naman siguro, 'di ba? Hindi naman shoko, ikaw naman talaga. Walang ganyan, 'di ba? Walang gano'n. Pero yun guys, ayan, 'di ba? Pero sa tawag dito, for tonight, kung wala kayong pag-uusapan diyan kung wala kayong gustong sabihin or tanungin, yung mga gano'ng bagay, puwedeng ako na lang. Ayaw ninyong makipag-usap sa'kin, ako na lang, kausapin ko yung sarili ko talaga, bahala kayo diyan. 'Di ba? Ayun. So, eto si admin ko ang sarap ng bakasyon nito, eh. At least siya nagbakasyon 'di ba, yung admin ko, ayan. Ay, kaloka na nalaglag, ayun. Tawa ka diyan, Shokoy, 'di ba? Walang gano'n. Ibig sabihin gwapo, yung mga Shokoy gwapo daw, narinig ko lang. So, ano bang English sa Shokoy? Meron bang male siren? Is there male siren? Ayan. So guys, if you see Shokoy Shano vlogs in there in the chat, he's laughing in there. Shokoy in Tagalog means the siren that's or hindi naman mermaid yun, 'di ba guys? Yes, boss, pang stress free. O, 'di ba? Ikaw na mag-stress free. 'Di ba? Lahat tayo may stresses. Pero ano 'yan, kasali 'yan sa buhay, guys, 'di ba? Kung wala kayong stress, hindi kayo human. But stress is part of life. So just try to manage your stress. And I hope this live stream is one of them. O, 'di ba? May pa gano'n. Ano ba yung shokoy sa English? I don't know. In Tagalog, it's shokoy. I don't know what do you call a mermaid, which is a guy. It's usually a guy. It's a creature in the ocean or in the water, o 'di ba? In the ocean and in the water. That is a guy, ayan, who has fins. It's an equivalent of a mermaid. That's what shokoy means, ayun. Eh, ano naman yung shano? Bakit shano? May shokoy na may shano pa, bakit naman shano? Ayan, sige sagutin mo 'yan. Sagutin mo 'yan shokoy, naghihintay ako. And guys, 'di ba siyempre 'di ba, kung meron kayong kakayahan, please do me a favor and share this live stream to your community and social media. Let's get physically and mentally fit. O, 'di ba? Yun guys. Kaya kung meron kayong kakayahan diyan, Alexander somebody, ayan, welcome, 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 mega, mega love shout out, Alex. How are you, Alex? Kumusta ka naman? Ayan. Alexander from Malaysia. O, diba? Ayan. Hindi ko alam host ano sa English kasi sa Tagalog nahirapan na ako. Ay, oo nga pala. Oo nga ano. Kaya nga sabi ko eh, 'di ba? Mag-aaral ako ng Bisaya talaga, guys eh. Shano means sano, taga Bohol yung sano. Anong ibig sabihin ng shano? Taga Bohol. Ano yun? Gawas mga sano. Ano ibig sabihin niyan? Kayo lang nakaka-relate talaga. Hindi niyo ako sinasali. Inday Mama Vlog, thank you, thank you, thank you sa mga nagbibideo dyan. Maraming salamat din. Ayan. How are you doing, Alex? You're so busy. You don't talk to me anymore. O, di ba? May pa ganun pang effect. Pabebe pa yun. You don't talk to me anymore. You don't want to talk to me anymore. Ayan, mega mega love shout out daw sabi nung aking ayan, 'di ba? Palitan natin, guys. Gawas mga sano. Thank you, Mama Inday. O, 'di ba binaliktad, Inday, Mama, Mama Inday. O, baliw lang. Gano'n talaga, guys. May gano'n. Ay, basta, o, 'di ba, binasta na talaga ako ni Shokoy Shano. Basta, taga Bohol, Sano ang tawag sa mga tao do'n. Bohol, I mean. Ayun. So, ibig sabihin, Shokoy sa Bohol na salita, Sano, yun yung ibig mong sabihin. Tama ba ako? Gano'n, tama ba yung pagkakaintindi ko? Yan. O, 'di ba may natututunan tayo. I like languages, so it's nice to know different languages because in the Philippines, we have a bunch of dialect that even me, I couldn't understand. And now they're teaching me Bohol language, 'di ba? 'Di ba sa Bohol yung ano, yung tarsier? Mega, mega, mega shout out, Radikeleko. Thank you for coming, Radikeleko. Ayan, welcome, welcome. How's your day, Radikeleko? I like the name. It's kind of like a tongue twister, Radikeleko. O, 'di ba? Labas mga sano, ibig sabihin sa sinabi ko. Shokoy sano. Ay, ano ba yun? Shokoy shano, labas mga shokoy, ganon. Hindi ko na siya na-gets. Oo, host sa Bohol yung Tarsier. 'Di ba? Ang cute nun. Guys, press 1 if you know tarsier. You know that animal with like big eyes. It's really cute. They're adorable. O, 'di ba? Kasi hindi malaki yung mata ko. Kaya ayun, adorable 'pag malalaki yung mata. But the thing is, it sounds like, like in Asia, we usually, at least not in the Philippines, but in Japan, we usually kind of like people like Westerners and Filipinos because they have like deep and like super big eyes. That's why a lot of us Japanese or from countries that have, singkit, yung mga singkit ang mata, talagang pinarerito ko yung mga mata namin. Hoy, yung akin, totoong mata ko yan Walang talukap talaga yan, guys. May alaga ako niyan dati, Tarsier. Ay, wow. Maano ba yun? Maalaga siya o parang lagay mo lang siya diyan sa puno, bahala na siya dun, ganun ba yun or hindi rin? Ayan. Who has pets here, guys? Because I wanna know who has pets and what are your pets? Ayan. Because I really do wanna have a dog. Ayan. I'm not a pet lover before, but lately, hmm, na-atching pa ako, guys. Ayun nawala, oh, 'di ba? Pero I do wanna have I really do wanna have a dog. Ayan. May hindi ba ako nakita diyan, guys? Parang may na-skip ako. Huwag kayong magtampo, guys, kung hindi ko nabasa. Minsan bulag lang, sa totoo lang, minsan bulag ako, 'yan. Parang may na ano, ang kati ng ilong ko, guys. Wala naman ata. Ayun, sabi na nga, Samantha M. Ayan, mega, 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 mega love shout out to you. O, 'di ba lumunok pa. We cheat. Ayan. And syempre, Lovers Moto Vlog. Ayan, mega, 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 mega. Love shout out. Magandang gabi sa iyo, Lovers Moto Vlog. Thank you, thank you. Pusa pet namin. Ay, wow. Hindi naman yan uy, totoo ba yun, guys? Ayan. So, ayan, Englishin ko na lang, guys. So, for English speakers as well, so you can relate. Like back when I was living in the Philippines, I've heard that, do you know those, how do you call ano ba yung siopaw sa English, guys? Oo, nakakagutom nga, Lovers Moto Vlog. Sige, ikain mo na muna ako. Ako mamaya na ako kain. Ano ba yung siopaw, guys? What's siopaw? Like a bun. It's like those Chinese white stuff. Is like a bun. I don't know what it's called, but if you know what I mean, yan, press 1. In the Philippines before, there's this gossip that the meat that they use in there are cats. I don't know if that's true, but when I was a kid, back in the Philippines, they usually say that. Like there's one time that one of my aunts was eating it, and you know those whisk, you know those kind of like the cats, you know the thing, how do you call that? Whisk? Yeah, it was in there. So I don't know how true is that. It's just, maybe it's just a story. Oh, 'di ba andiyan na rin si designer ni Tab J. Aba, dumadami Tab J, designer ka na ngayon. Ang dami niyan, talagang ang sipag niya, oh. Nakakatanggal ng stress yung mga alaga natin lalo na 'pag manok, panabong. Ay wow! Oh, siyempre 'pag nanalo ka, oh, talagang tanggal ang stress mo niyan. Diyos ko po, oh, 'di ba? Pero totoo 'yan. I think I became one. Like I really want to have a dog. Like if I get my own house, I really want to have a dog. But I don't want the small dogs. I want um what's it called? I forgot my words today. I think my brain is still loading, guys. What's that called? Hmm. It's not German Shepherd. What was it? What was the dog I want to have? The cutest one. Basta yun na yun, guys. Nakalimutan ko na kung ano yung dog na gusto ko. Pero yan, habang nagsasalita ako dito, ayan, 'pag may nakita kayong bago sa mga paningin ninyo, kausapin niyo sila, mag-interact kayo sa kanila, ayan, mag-connect-connect kayo diyan sa baba. And siyempre, the Chihuahua, no, no, not Chihuahua, the big one. I always forgot the name. No, I don't always forgot the name. I just forgot the name tonight. I think my brain is still not in its full effect. O, 'di ba? Mali-mali na English natin dito, guys. Tulungan niyo ako, guys. Nadine Clavite, thank you, thank you. Ayan. Lauro Trinidad, ayan. Mega, 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 mega love shout out. Ganda naman ang name mo, Lauro. 'Di ba? Filipino ka ba, Lauro? And syempre, JD's Eats. Thank you, thank you, thank you for coming, JD's Eats. Ayan. As I've said, guys, ayan. Try to connect with each other. Ayan. Try to interact. Chow chow. Hindi. Ito naman, chow chow naman. Meron ba nun? Husky. No, no, not husky. Hold on. I'll try to remember the name. I even had a name for it, but I won't tell you because you might, steal the name from me. What's the name of that dog? Pitbull. Nung una, gusto ko yan, nickname Pitbull, because they're aggressive. But I want somebody who's smart. I want a dog who's smart, who's actually gonna protect me and who's going to be like, like a part of the family. Hindi rin. Golden Retriever, no. O, 'di ba Pinoy henyo, guys? Ayan, sige, 50 Gcash. Pag nahulaan nyo, guys. Hindi Golden Retriever. Nasa dila ko na. It's in the tip of my tongue. But I couldn't remember the name of the dog. Rottweiler! There you go. Ayan. That's definitely what I want. Ayan. That's what I want for a dog. The cutest puppy in the world for me. Yan. O, diba? Good job, Radikeleko. Yeah. Do you have a dog, Radikeleko? Ayan. I want that. I want a puppy because they are smart. They can be aggressive as well. So I like that for a dog. I want the same character as I am. O, diba? O, diba? Natawa ka, Shokoy, Pinagtatawanan mo ako, Ayan. And syempre, guys, diba? I know the evening is still early, but if you're still don't know what you're gonna ask me, guys, o, 'di ba? Kung wala pa kayong alam, 'di ba? Ayan, I hope you can come this coming Saturday. Ayan. This coming Saturday, guys, I'm gonna have a very special guest all the way from Scotland. O, 'di ba? Scotland, 'di ba? Ayan. I'm going to have a guest all the way from Scotland this coming Saturday, January 22, 8:35 Philippine Standard Time. I mean Japanese time and 7:35 Philippine Standard Time. So we're going to talk about cultural differences. So if you're anywhere, if you know anything about Scotland and if you want to pitch in, let's talk about the differences in culture. All are invited. And of course, we're gonna have a special Sunday night. Ayan, a very early Valentine's Day, guys. January 23, same time, 7:35 Philippine Standard Time and 8:35 Japanese Standard Time. We're gonna have the first ever couple on one, two on one chikahan, and we're going to talk about more on international marriage. O, 'di ba? Kaya sa mga may gusto dyan, guys, na mag-asawa ng ibang lahi, o, 'di ba? Ibang lahi, yeah. Please, guys, puntahan nyo kami this coming Saturday. So, it's gonna be back to back, Saturday and Sunday. Ayan, makikita nyo ako sa inyong mga subscriptions feeds. Ayan, so please, andyan na rin yan. Reminder on nyo na, ayan, para makapanood kayo. Parang Pinoy henyo kasi host, kaya natawa ako. Ay, hindi ka pala natawa sa akin. Diba? Yes, Radikeleko says, my first dog was a Rottweiler. Didn't like it at first, but grew to love it. I remember that it would always jump for joy to see me whenever I got from work. Yes, because I've heard Rottweiler can be very smart, but the dudes, they're always aggressive. So you're gonna kind of treat them as like, like kids. When you got them like a puppy, you'll have to train them. You'll have to love them, train them, stuff like that. And I like that for a dog, for me. Architect, ay wow! O 'di ba ang shala ni Tab J talaga naman. Thank you naman Tab J. Talaga ano, hoy, yung ano ko sa mamaya yan pag-usapan natin yan Tab J, 'di ba? Pero Shokoy ikaw, ano yung kumbaga 'di ba may pusa ka tapos may panabong ka. So ano pang meron? 'Di ba? Nagtanong tinanong lahat. But I do. It's one of my plans to have a Rottweiler in the future. But I told myself that I'm gonna dress it like moi. I'm gonna dress my dog like how I dress myself. So I'm thinking if I'm gonna have a boy or a girl. So that's the two I've been thinking about. And then sometimes there's, like I've been thinking about if, but that's for the next, the next, the next conversation. But they also eat a lot. Yes. Like in the Philippines, they have these memes, like, it's so like they would eat whatever, like the cheapest food they can have. But if you have a dog, if you have a pet, they usually became more like all of your money usually goes to your dog than to you because they're very expensive to kind of like have their food and stuff like that. But I think I can handle that. Thank you, Tab J, ah. Oh, alam ko naman busy ka, Tab J. Ayan. And Alex, thank you, Alex. Ayan. So, guys, if you wanna talk to me as well, feel free. Feel free to talk to me today. It's fine. O, 'di ba? Para naman makapag ano-ano rin ako. Ano na, Shoko, hindi ka na nagsalita diyan. Kinakausap pa kita. Ayan. And they're also curious dogs. They love roaming about the streets, so be careful because some neighbors may see them as a threat and may want to harm it. No, if they're gonna roam the streets, I'm always gonna be there. They're I'm pretty sure, like, wherever I go, I'll try to be there for them. O, 'di ba? Gano'n. Gano'n yung plano ko. I wanna have a dog as a family member. Oh, 'di ba? Not a dog as a pet, kind of like a family member. Because I've seen all these wonderful videos where dogs can be really, really adorable and they become a part of the family. But at the same time, it's almost like I'm thinking, do I, because we all know that dogs' life is not that long. So you're going to have to expect one day they would leave you know. So those are the things that I'm thinking if I'm ready for that. But ganun talaga ang buhay, 'di ba? Tanong ko lang host, bakit ang easy mag-type ng Tagalog pero 'pag actual na parang umuurong yung dila? Uy, ganyan minsan. Parang it's more parang kasi 'pag kunwari iba kasing language, like for example, Japanese. Like ang sarap niya kung nakakapagsalita ka na ng Japanese. Parang katulad rin yan nung 'pag nag-aaral ka ng ibang lengguwahe. Minsan darating talaga yung point na yung confidence mo hindi gano'n. Katulad ng sabi ni Cesar Yumo, self-confidence po dapat, Shokoy. Like the same thing I've always say in this live stream from time to time because we have, like different viewers and, like friends, like people in the live stream that speaks only English. From time to time, I would speak English and ini-encourage ko kayong lahat na mga fellow Filipinos ko na mag-speak ng English kasi kumbaga pwedeng pagpraktisan yung live stream ko. Kasi gano'n talaga. Minsan parang alam mo na sasabihin mo, pero 'pag actual na bibigkasin mo na yung word, parang ayaw mo ng bigkasin kasi mamaya mali. Mali yung pagbigkas mo, tawanan ka. Yung parang kahit hindi naman, hindi mo naiisip yun, subconsciously, gano'n yung parang inaatake, 'di ba? Uy, The Forger, oh, 'di ba si The Forger mukhang hindi busy. The Forger, mega, 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 mega love. Shout out to you, oh, 'di ba? Ayan. Kahit medyo mali, dapat try din. Oo, totoo. Diyan ako natututo, like with me, kaya ako natututo ng ibang language kasi kahit gaano mo pa siya aralin, even if how much you try to learn a language, if you don't actually try to speak it or try to actually have an interaction with that language, ang hirap, ang hirap, ang hirap matuto, 'di ba? Gano'n talaga siya. 'Di ba tama ako? Ang galing ko talaga. Ang kapal ng mukha ko 'no, ayan. Pagpasensyahan niyo na guys, minsan ganyan talaga. Minsan makapal lang talaga yung mukha. Wala na tayong magagawa dun, 'di ba? Ayan. Pero ganun yun guys. The best part is bathing them and apply moisturizing cream onto their body and seeing their first shine. Oh, yeah, I kinda want that. But the thing is, I think I'm still in a part where do I want them? And that's one thing that I want with Rottweiler because they're not so hairy. They're not too hairy. So it's more of like I wonder if I got them, I would still want them to go in the bed or they would I would have to train them not to be in the bed, not to be in the couch, like in a certain spot only. So those are the things that I'm been daydreaming about if I've got the dog. What are the rules? Do I'm gon do I have rules for them? Stuff like that. Alam niyo po ba, na karamihan lang po naman, hindi naman lahat halos Pinoy lang ang pintasera, pero mga foreign hindi po. Ano daw? Wait lang, alam niyo ba, karamihan lang, hindi naman lahat, halos Pinoy lang ang pintasera, pero mga foreign hindi. Ay totoo, pagdating sa language 'no, ayan. So, Cesar Yumo said, ayan, sometimes a lot of Filipinos usually are the one who always criticize the way we speak, the way we speak English or other languages. But when it comes to foreigner, they don't criticize how we talk. So that's her point of view. That's what she's saying. Diba? Kagigising ko lang din kasi nag-window kami. Window shopping. Hindi ako sinama. Mga foreigner 'di ba iintindihin ka kahit mali, hindi ka papansinin na as long as naiintindihan nila. Ayan, so mga foreigners, ayan, foreigners. This is for foreigners. Cesar Yumo says, like a lot of foreigners, most of them, they would try to understand what are we trying to talk about or what are we trying to tell you guys, but they don't usually criticize. You don't usually Is that true o 'di ba? Tugbadogan, thank you, thank you. Welcome, welcome back, Tuba. Ayan, did I pronounce that correct, Tuba? Ayan, all the way from Turkey. Ayan, Tuba Dogan. I hope I pronounced that correct. Ayan, thank you for coming. Oh, diba? No. So how's your English, Tuba? We're trying to practice English, Tagalog for Shokoy, English for fellow Filipinos, ganon. Implementation, new launching for summer. Ano daw? Window? Anong window? Pa hindi ko na-gets yun. The forger. Ulitin mo yan. But a lot of people say that they are aggressive, and that's not true from my experience. Mine was very playful, but used to bark at night. So get used to dog noises when trying to sleep. I will. Well, I already expect that it will because they have to have training. Like as much as it's almost kind of like I think the same thing with humans. Humans without training, they can be irritating. So the same with dogs. That's why a lot of people that have dogs, they would always tell me like you have to train them like kids or you have to train them in a specific way, the way you want it because it'll be attached to you. So I'm definitely going to be patient. O, diba? But I do want a dog. That's one of my goals is to have a dog. Like walk around because I'm small. So if I'm walking around, it would be nice to have a dog, 'di ba? Someone to protect me. 'Di ba? Akala mo lang kailangan ko ng protection. Basta yun na yun, guys. Ganun, ganun lang. Pero yes, I'm definitely gonna be expecting that, 'di ba? And mega mega love shout out to Ba from my admin. Do you know my admin? Have you met my admin? 'Di ba? Oh, nagpalit kami ng window ayun pala yun. Kasi maraming window, the forger. Ayus-ayusin mo yan, the forger. Merong window shopping, 'di ba? Kapag babae, syempre window shopping kaagad iisipin namin. Edi pagod ka niyan, ngarag. Yun pala yun, ngarag na ngarag ka. At least nagbuhat ka, o 'di ba? Pang-fitness na rin yan, the forger. Gano'n yun. Pero guys, ayan. So, this live stream, it's all about struggles, progress. Ayan. Kung gusto nyong maglabas ng stress, if you wanna talk about your stress, or gusto nyo magyabang, if you wanna talk about your progress, 'di ba? Ang ganda sa English 'pag Tagalog ka garapalan, eh, 'no? So feel free to talk about that today. And I hope at the end of the night, ayan, everyone will have a smile on their faces. 'Di ba? The Forger Mega Love shout out, sabi ni Bochok. 'Di ba? Yung Bochok, ano naman yan? Alam ko naka-BG lang yan. Pero ano yung Bochok? Ano naman meaning ng Bochok? But why do you need protective dog when Japan is a safe country? It's just a joke. It's just a joke, Radikeleko. Because a lot of people usually that's what they're saying. It's like it's nice to have a dog that's well trained because then you have a protection. It's just kind of like a way of saying, but it's not because of that. I want a dog because I just want to have a dog. Ganun lang. In South Africa, there is need for aggressive dogs. Yes, I would say that. Diba? Where is Pinoy Galaan? I think he's in vacation in Jamaica or somewhere. No, no. I think Pinoy Galaan is somewhere in Africa. Oh yeah, Radikeleko. He's one of like our dear friends in live stream in the YouTube world is in Africa. I just don't remember where, but he's in a very wonderful kind of island. He's having his wonderful time. That's where he is, Tuba. 'Di ba? Hirap magtulak ng wardrobe. Ay, wow! Uy, gusto ko 'yan. Gusto ko 'yan. Nakikita ko 'yan sa American football, yung parang nagpu-push sila. Walang gano'n dito, eh. But if I go back to the States, I definitely wanna try those things. The one you pushed weights. Ganda nun. Parang ang sarap lang. Maganda sa legs, sa back. Parang alam ko full body workout na 'yan. At least the forger nakapag ka, may trabaho ka, paid ka pa, bayad ka pa, nakapag-fitness ka pa, o 'di ba, saan ka pa, 'di ba? Ikaw naman, eh, yun nga lang pagod ka. So kumain ka ng marami diyan, 'di ba? Ganun yun, the forger. Ayun, ayan. O saglit lang guys, ha. Hagdan, o 'di ba, sabi ng hape. Ayan. And siyempre ayan, nandito na. Wait lang po, sir. I'm listening. Wow, Tuba, thank you, thank you. How about you, Tuba? Do you have any progress or do you have any struggles you want to share with us today? it's up to you. It's up to you guys. If you want to share, you don't have to be specific. We're just gonna have like a nice conversation. If you want somebody like, ito yung lagi kong sinasabi guys, 'di ba? Sometimes, may mga tao talaga na kinikip yung mga problema nila. They don't want anybody to know their problem. Pero minsan, it's nice to know that somebody will listen. Kahit yung makinig lang. Kasi hindi mo alam kung meron silang pwedeng ibigay na hindi mo pa naiisip. 'Di ba? Mas masarap yung maraming utak. You know, there are a lot of minds talaga. You're the one! Ayan, thank you dyan sa'yo. Wow, mega, 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 mega love shout out. O, 'di ba? Ayan. Nakita mo na, the forger. Ayan, thank you, thank you. So, please feel free to talk about those things. Ayun, basta yun. Ayan, nauhaw tuloy ako kagad, guys. Ayan. Ayan, nandiyan na ba? Wait lang, guys. Good. Yes. We're all good. Ayan. So how's your day over there? Like there's one like reality TV show I was watching, Tuba. They're like Russian seems to like they usually go to Turkey. And it seems like it's a really nice place to go to. It's so colorful. Ayan. And guys, ayan, please welcome. Ayan, please welcome my co-host for the night. Ayan, walang iba guys, kundi ang gwapo. O, diba? Ayan, ngumiti ka na dyan na. Sabi ko gwapo. Ang gwapong si D. Forger.
Mega love shoutout, guys.
Oo, magpaganyan. Oh, 'di ba? Mabuhay Team Prawn. Ayan. Kumusta The Forger?
Ito, walang puyat. Gising
Puyat
ulit. Kasi
ka?
night shift kami. Yeah, oo. Gising din. Night
Hindi ka pa
shift.
natutulog?
Ha?
Hindi ka pa natutulog?
Natulog ako, saglitan lang. Kasi ayoko na matulog kasi tomorrow bukas, off ko din. Kaya kailangan kong gising ngayon. Kasi ayoko yung tulog ko. Para
Ay.
mamayang gabi, makatulog ako. Adjust na naman ako ng tulog.
Ay, ginagawa ko rin 'yan from
Oo.
time to time. Like, do you guys do that? Like, if you didn't had a wonderful time to sleep at night, you're gonna wake up the whole entire day so that your sleeping time would be the same. Ini-English ko lang minsan,
Hmm.
Forger, para naman nakaka-interact sila, 'di ba? I think that you should change your profession to a social worker because you're loud talking. Mas amazing. You know, sometimes Radikeleko, totoo to, Forger. Sometimes because I'm in a personal trainer career,
Hmm.
sometimes I'm thinking, should I go back to college and start studying, ano ba tawag nila? Psychiatrist.
Ako, parang psychology
Psychology.
nga. Psych, ganun.
Yes.
Okay.
I've been thinking about that. Like, so that, some people, like this one is just out of joy. Like, it's
Hmm.
just sharing. Hindi naman masyadong professional yung dating natin. But sometimes I do think about that. Pero social worker in a sense, parang hindi ko masyadong carry. Kasi parang ang dami mo talagang makikitang problema, 'di ba?
Oo.
Pag social worker. Parang
Mas okay
it's
pa
too
naman eh.
much.
Pagka yung parang psychology kasi. Yung psych na ganun.
'Di
Kasi
ba?
you're listening ka sa mga problema nila. Tapos nagbibigay ka
Yes.
rin na advice sa kanila.
At saka iti-take nila ako seriously, 'no?
Oo.
Kasi meron ako lisensya. Uy, totoo yan guys, 'di ba? Uy, pero hindi, kasi kunwari ikaw 'di ba nasa art ka ngayon and 'di ba
Oo.
nag-college ka talaga sa arts, pero
Hmm.
ngayon nasa ibang bansa ka. Yung meron ka bang mga naiisip na bagay-bagay na parang ito pala dapat para sa'kin?
Yung one, ang regret ko, gusto ko dati, gusto ko mag-engineer talaga. Alam mo yung architect? Yun yung
Oo,
pinaka gusto kong gawin dati. Sobra na tawag
di ba
dito.
marami daw math? O
Oo.
engineer yun? So ano bang pinagkaiba ng architect sa engineer?
Architect kasi more on the design ng architectural design sa mga buildings. Yun yung tas yung kunyari ano yung
Hmm.
nakatulong sa environment na may apply mo dun sa building na yun. Kaya makikita mo yung mga building na twisted na ganito dahil sa
Yun yung mga
architectural design nila.
architect. Ay
Oo.
wow, bongga yun, the
Mm.
forger, bumalik ka.
Eh,
Ayan.
4 years
Tas
ulit
yung
tapos
engineer,
magbo-board exam ka halos mag-i 6 years ulit kung mag-aaral ulit ako.
eh, sabagay. Ganun lang 'no.
Tas
Pero yung
bigla-stay ko na
engineer, ano naman yung engineer?
engineer kasi more on sila yung measuring, yung sa concrete ilan yung dun sa tawag dito sa building
Ah,
naman yun.
so ibig sabihin side by side talaga sila 'pag
Oo,
nagtatrabaho.
kailangan yung architect tsaka engineer
Discovery.
kasama.
So parang body-body. So,
Oo,
'pag kunwari ano pala, 'pag mag-aasawa ka forger, 'di ba regrets mo ngayon 'yan.
mm.
Mag-asawa ka ng engineer, oh, 'di ba? Ay hindi, architect pala, architect. Mag-asawa ka ng architect, oh, 'di ba? Eh, 'di parang na-fulfill mo na yung dreams mo. Uy, ito lagay mo diyan, oh, 'di ba? Makita mo nakatayo na yun. Uy, puwede yun, oh. Hindi ka na
Puwede
babalik
rin.
sa school. Pero hindi kasi 'di ba ano, puwede naman kung puwede,
Oo,
kaso life, oh, 'di ba, life happens.
hmm. At saka
Ayan.
kasi tawag dito, pagka iniisip ko stable na yung work ko dito, kung mag-aaral na naman ako, back to zero. I will start to back to zero na
Hmm,
naman ako. Hanap ulit ako ng experience, marili ko na naman yung ko. Maghahanap ako ng
ay
ang daming graduate na walang trabaho ngayon sa Pinas. Ang daming mga
hindi lang sa Pinas.
engineer, architect na walang trabaho sa nakatambay lang. Mga bachelor graduate,
Pero
wala.
Pero I've heard hindi lang sa Pilipinas, like
Hmm.
is it true like, like in South Africa, like Radikeleko is from South Africa. So in South Africa, Radikeleko, is it the same as the Philippines? Because the forger, ayan. If you don't know guys, this is the forger. So ibababa ko dyan yung bahay niya guys. You can connect with him as well. So he was saying that a lot in the Philippines, even if you are if you have lisensya ba yun? If you have a
Oh,
license as
license.
architect or engineer, it's so hard to get a job even if you're finished and you have a license. So in South Africa and in the States or whatever kayo kung nakasaan nakatira, is it true? Is it the same there even if you're graduate on college or whatever career you have? Is it true that it's hard to find a job? O, 'di ba? Yun yung tanong ko. Sagutin niyo yan, guys, ha. Ay. Pero hindi kasi totoo 'yan, kahit sa States sinasabi nila 'yan. Kasi 'di ba utang 'pag
Oo.
nag-aaral. Tapos ang dami mong utang pero at the same time wala kang trabaho.
At saka yung din kasi nangyayari, kunyari tawag dito, yung job na dapat na trabaho mo, may iba ng kumuha na sa trabaho na yun. Kaya yun nangyayari. Yung parang tawag dito, pangalan nito. Kunyari may nurse ta's may
Oo.
tawag dito, bakante na slot dun. Kahit anong job na ay yung tawag dito, kahit na anong graduate na lang basta makukuha yung trabaho na yun, makapagtrabaho lang, kinukuha niya yung slot na yun. Yung nurse na dapat
Ay
magtatrabaho
gano'n?
dun, wala ng slot para dun.
Ay kaloka naman
Oo.
pala. Pero bakit ka ba talaga kumbaga nung nasa Pilipinas ka, bakit naisipan mong Saudi ka ngayon 'di ba?
Hindi, nasa Oman ako ngayon.
Ay Oman pala, sorry
Hmm.
naman. Ma Alam mo naman bobo lang sa geography, pagpasensya. 'Di ba, pero ibig ko sabihin, kumbaga bakit mo talaga kumbaga nag-decide ka talaga na pumunta ng Oman? Ano
First
yung
naman
naging
kasi
impluwensiya?
tawag yung dito kasi financial, yun yung pinaka first cause ng dun, financial. At saka yung tawag dito kasi ate ko graduate na ng nursing, eh, 1 year na lang. Instead na ako mag-aaral, ginive up namin na lang yung mga namin para dun sa ate namin, para maka-graduate ng
So, parang
nursing.
kumbaga yun yung
Nagparaya
sinacrifice
kami.
mo. Ay wow, 'Di ba? Kung ako yan hindi, bahala
Ah,
kayo diyan. Sabay gano'n 'no. Ayan, Radikeleko, yes, you can, you can. Do you have it? Do you have the link? Ayan, nakita mo na ba 'to si Radikeleko?
hindi pa ata.
Hindi pa? Ayan, sige. Kausapin mo din siya. Marami rin siyang mga points, kumbaga ang dami niya ring pinagsasabing may kuwenta.
Hmm.
Sabay gano'n. Ayan, happy feet lady, mega, mega, mega,
Mega
mega
love, shout
love
out.
shout out. Ayan, thank you. Ay, wow, Chloe, Cynthia, thank you, thank you. Ayan, naka-timing si Chloe. Isa rin yan maganda, nasa States. 'Di ba? Si Chloe Cynthia, guys. Ayan, say hi to Chloe. Ayan, one of the beautiful girls I met here in
Hmm.
YouTube. O, 'di ba? Oo. Ayan, konnichiwa. Thank you, thank you. And syempre kay Sir Jem Gaming, ayan, ang pinakamasipag
Mega love,
natin
shout
dyan
out.
sa Pilipinas. Kikita ko yan si Sir Jem Gaming. Nag-e-LS na nagtatrabaho pa, o 'di ba? Saan ka
Sana
pa?
pwedeng ganun, no?
Oo. Eh, hindi kahit si ano, Becky Kang, 'di ba? Kung habang nagwo-work siya puwede, mababait
Hmm.
yung ano, na may gano'n. Sa'min hindi. Kanina nga nag-workout ako. Wala namang tao dun sa pinag-workoutan ko, pero kasi dito sa Japan kumbaga ano dito maraming rules. So, sa gym namin bawal mag-camera, bawal mag-video, bawal mag-picture. Parang ang sarap-sarap i-film ta's gawing content tapos sasabayan lang ako.
Hmm.
Bawal. So, ayun,
Sayang din.
hindi ko nagawa. At saka andun yung mga katrabaho ko, baka makita nila. Kung mga customer lang, malamang hindi nila ako isusumbong. Pero siyempre mga coworker minsan di mo masabi kung sino diyan yung mga 'di ba?
Marites ba?
Oo, marites, 'di ba? Kuwento pa ako, lagot ang
Oo.
trabaho, 'di ba? Happy Feet lady, ayan, kumusta, kumusta po? Alam ko si Happy Feet nasa Thailand, eh, if I'm not mistaken, dun sa mga ano niya, sa mga
Sa
content
vlog
niya,
niya. Hmm.
nasa Thailand siya, oo. 'Di ba? At saka sa ano bang mga napuntahan mong bansa, The Forger?
Kasi,
Radikeleko, do you have the link? Parang tagal naman niya, 'di ba?
ang kon
Gusto
kasi
niyang
tawag dito, halos call na ako, Saudi, Dubai. Halos Middle
Hmm,
East lang yung napupuntahan ko eh.
ayan.
Hmm.
So, please welcome, ayan. Oh, 'di ba? Ay, nalalaglag yung ano niya, eh, yung camera. Please welcome guys, Radikeleko for the second time.
Mega love, shout out.
There you are. Ayan. So, Radikeleko meet the Forger and Forger meet Radikeleko.
I think he's mute.
Ay, you're muted, Radikeleko. Press the
Oh, sorry about that. How you guys doing?
All good, all
There
good.
you are. Ayan,
Good.
pa-English ka na, the Forger.
Mapapa-nosebleed ako dito.
So, from time to time, guys, for all the English speakers, ay, nalaglag na naman siya.
Hmm.
Ayan, nalalaglag kasi siya talaga minsan. Ayan. So, if you're there, and syempre, Christina and Christopher Derain, thank you, thank you.
Mega
Magandang,
love, shout
magandang
out.
gabi. Ayan, maraming salamat sa patuloy na pagpunta dito. Ayan, 'di ba? Pati si Christina Derain, ayan, thank you, madam. Ayan, mega love shout out sa'yo. O, 'di ba, andiyan na rin si Wengs. O,
Yun
'di
na si
ba? Ikaw,
Wings. Mega love, shout out,
oo,
Wings.
gusto makipagkwentuhan, ay hindi na kay ano, na kay Josa yan. 'Di ba yan ulit. Pero thank you. I really need more help, guys. Ayan, si Sir Jem Gaming. Oo, Sir Jem, ayan, mahalin mo sila diyaan. Yun, makipagkaibigan ka diyan. Sabi ko sa inyo, guys, kumbaga, alam ko eto si The Forger talaga. Busy kasi itong tao, pero kung may mga oras kayo talaga, makipagkaibigan kayo kasi eto si The Forger feeling ko mauuna ang WH nito, eh, kaysa sa banana.
Sobrang busy kasi. Kaya okay
'Di
lang
ba?
yan. Medyo
Totoo.
relax-relax na konti. Hindi naman tayo nag-rush eh. Kasi pagka
'Di ba?
monetize, tas
Totoo
mahirap
'yan.
na. Mas mahirap na ako. Mega love, shout
Oo,
out, Wings.
totoo. Ay, ano ba yan? Sorry naman, bakit nakahubo ka, Just Wings? Kaloka. Hubo siya. O, The Forger, sabi ni Just Wings. And binubuntalan mo yata siya eh. Ano ibig sabihin ng binubuntalan? Ayan. Please welcome back again, Radi.
Sorry, guys. Internet connection issues.
No, it's okay. So what time is it over there, Radi?
It's almost 3:30 in the afternoon. What time is it there in Japan?
In Japan, it's 10:22 p.m. And in Oman?
5:22 p.m.
Mm.
Oh,
So he's from Oman. Oh, man.
oh man. The country in the Middle East.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Very nice
ayan.
place also.
Oh,
Ayan, Sir Jem, oo, wag kang mag-alala, oo, nakikita
wow.
na kita, Sir Jem. Mararamdaman mo yan, oo, lagi na akong pumupunta doon. Kaya asahan mo, asahan mo. And maraming salamat din, Sir Jem, kasi lagi ka nandito. Kaya way of saying thank you, di ba? Makikita mo ako dyan lagi. Ayan, maraming salamat. O, di ba? Bochok, nag-bleed na tenga ko. Uy, kunwari pa yan. So, si Just Wanks, she always speaks good English. So, have you seen her, Wanks, in the live chat? She speaks English, good English. Kunwari pa yan
Fluent.
si Wanks. Ganun
Nagka-love shoutout
mag-English
Kuya
eh.
Tres.
Kuya Tres! Ayan. Ay, wow, binisita ko ni Kuya Tres. Nakakakilig naman. Kuya Tres, mega, 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 mega. Love shout out. Ayan, di ba? Para sa ito, Kuya Tres. Oh. Sorry. Oh, yan. Pinatay ko na, guys. Ayaw niyang huminto. Naghang na siya doon. Ayan. So, how are you guys? Ikaw, masakit katawan mo, The Forger? Do you have
Sakto lang.
migraines?
Yeah, no, it's okay because ano tawag dito? For my job, it's okay because every time we're doing this night shift, if there's like a launching of new windows of implementation, we're doing only nighttime. We cannot fix at the morning time because we need to dismantle everything there.
Ay, ganun. Wow, ang
Hmm.
galing mag-English ni The Forger. Parang nanganga ako dun.
Marunong ako mag-Indiano. Pwede mag-Indiano nila ako.
So, how about you, Radi? Radi, did I pronounce your name correct?
No, it's okay.
No, but how do you pronounce it? Can you pronounce it for us?
I don't think you get the pronunciation correct because it's a very tribal name. How you pronounce it is
Yeah.
Radikeleko. But the way that you
Yeah.
pronounce it in your accent, it's yeah. But the way that you pronounce it in your accent, it's okay.
Oh, but I like the Radikeleko.
Yes,
I like that.
yes. It's a very exaggerated. Rrr. So that's how people from outside of the country speak. Rrr, like
Talaga, Wings.
even if
Yes.
it's
No, we do that. Like sometimes, like, because in Japan, our L, we cannot speak L in Japan. They would be like, "Arr." They couldn't.
oh,
So in Mexico, it's always like, "Rrr." So it's kind of
yeah.
like a nice way.
Silent R
Ra
or
like, kaya
say
mo, The
silent R?
Forger? Hindi. Yung L talaga, kumbaga wala kaming L. So
Mm.
magiging gano'n,
R.
hindi lang nila. So Japanese
Mm.
have hard time with L and R. They can't
Oh,
They can pronounce.
differentiate those. Mm. Oh, 'di ba? Ano 'yun, The Forger, English? Ay, no, no.
Nagtitripan ako ni Wings.
'Di ba? Englishan, exit muna ako, nosebleed. So, Radi, do you know what nosebleed is? Or do you have any kind of like that phrase in South Africa when you hear nosebleed?
Nosebleed, no. The only thing that I think of when I think of a nosebleed is when you have an injury to your nostril and then something inside gets broken and then blood comes out. That's the only definition of nosebleed that I know, but I'm sure that you're willing to explain it to me.
Yeah.
Explain further.
Okay, explain further.
Ba't ako? If your brain is,
Biglang biglang
is speaking too much
biglang
English and
pinasa.
your brain is you cannot
Biglang
manage
pinasa
anymore,
kita,
you know
Forge.
to breathe.
Yes, because in the Philippines, it's usually kind of like a phrase where a lot of Filipinos, they know how to speak English. Like they do. They can understand you. But at the same time, it's more of like what the Inday Mama says earlier. Inday Mama says a lot. It's usually Filipinos who like to criticize other people speaking in another language. It's like fellow Filipinos, but like foreigners, they actually encourage us to speak more. They don't criticize. They would try to understand us. So it's more of like Filipinos would say nosebleed because it's too hard for their brain to speak and understand English. So it's kind of like their way of saying like because it's too hard, they're ano ba yun, nagme-melt. So
Meltdown.
their brain would bleed and then it would come out of their nose.
It's
Ganon.
nosebleed.
Oh.
So if you heard if you hear it from a fellow Filipina, if you ever encounter Filipina in South Africa, that's what it means. Nosebleed.
Yes. Yo,
We also
that's
Filipino are foreigners. Oo nga. Kayo nga, the forger is a foreigner. Oh.
Yeah, I'm a foreigner.
Diyan sa
You know
Oman.
mine. But I
Just
can
wait.
speak more Hindi now and Arabic more than English because sometimes you need to communicate for the other, this one, other
Customers.
foreigners. Yeah, yeah.
So sa
There's
Oman, Hindi? Hindi?
Hindi, diverse of Hindi and Arabic.
Hirap naman. Is that the language where it's almost like it's always in the throat? Like
Yeah, because there's a language here locally. It's like a Baluchi language. Um, Arabic with a mix of Hindi. They call it like a Baluchi word. But Hindi can understand this one, and local Omanis can understand also this one.
Oh, I love languages. Do you love languages, Radi?
yes. I would love to learn how to speak Arabic because Arabic is spoken around the world. I'm surprised that
Yeah.
it's also spoken in the Philippines. I thought that the Arabic language was a language that's only native to the Middle East and northern parts of Africa, but I'm shocked that they actually speak it in the Philippines. It's very interesting.
No, I think because the forger speaks Arabic is because he's in Oman right now.
Yeah, it's also in
Oh,
Glen, call this one in Mindanao area. They are teaching also the
Ah,
Muslim there, writing Arabic and speaking also in
ay,
Mindanao.
oh,
ganun.
Mm.
So Muslim countries
Yeah,
or
Muslim country.
Muslim.
They're teaching them Arabic also. There's a like a Arabic school for that one
oh,
in Mindanao. Nung pumunta ako doon.
Wow. So basically, so Philippines is try ko to ah. Ikaw nga mag-ano, naiya ako sa geography.
Having three.
No, we're laughing, Radi, because I was supposed to explain the Philippines. But as I've always say in my live stream, when it comes to geography, ICEE left the group because I'm really bad. Like for some reason, I think I'm really stupid when it comes to geography. Like it doesn't, like if you tell me United States is in this part, you'll tell me and then I'll forget. What is it? Where is it? North? South? Where? My brain doesn't kind of remember. So it's one of like the things that for some reason I think it's shut down. So, here you go. Hi, the forger. Explain
But
Philippines and Mindanao.
okay. Ako na naman. Philippines is divided into country, right? We have the Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Luzon is almost having like Catholic, no? Tama ba ako? Ba't ako nandito?
Yes,
ICE.
yes. Tama, tama.
And Mindanao is almost a Muslim country. Tama na yun. No? Tanggalin mo ako dito.
Nahiya si the forger. Wala, minsan lang naman kita makitang
Yeah.
ano dyan. No, but the thing is like, donut English me, no more brain. Ito si Bocho eh. Ayan. In Philippines, we eat the English. Oh, diba? We eat the paano? Be specific. Just twanks. Bala ka dyan. Iba yung naiisip kong we eat. Ano yan? Paano yan
Ana
basahin?
kalam Arabic. He's not speak. Ana means speaking Arabic like this one. Ana kalam Arabic. He's telling Arabic like this. Ana kalam.
Ako ba? Dumugo na. Nosebleed. Oh, that's where you say nosebleed. Nosebleed. When you cannot understand the language, you'll say nosebleed. Ganon. Thank you, Happy Feet Lady. O, diba? Andyan pa si Inday, Mama Vlog. And
Mega love
syempre,
shout out.
Kabo Choy, present. Ayan, mega love shout out. And syempre, ayan si Kabo Choy, guys, yung mga nasa baba dyan, huwag niyong kalimutan. I-congratulate niyo yan si Ty Kabo Choy kasi graduate na siya. Ayan. He's finally monetized channel. So,
Congratulations.
graduate
Congrats.
real struggle is real. Ayan. Kaya i-congratulate nyo dyan si Kabo Choy, mga tao sa baba. O, diba? Go the forger. O,
Hindi
human
kasi
English.
last time na nag-visit kasi ako dun sa when I go in Mindanao for like a donation and some donation there. I visited the school. They're teaching them in like on community. They're teaching them Arabic how to speak and to write also.
Mhm. So how about in South Africa? Like just where you're from, like your because Africa, I believe, is very big. So how is it like when it comes to studying? Like the kids, do they speak English since birth, or it has to be learned in school?
Nakamute siya ata.
Ay, you're muted again, Radi.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm saying for me, I learned how to speak English in school, but then there are those who grew up with English language. But I grew up with English at school, and I was also first forced to speak English because South Africa isn't a homogeneous country like Japan, where everyone basically is the same and speaks the same language. South Africa is not like that. We have people from different races, different tribes, different cultures, and for us to be able to speak to one another, we must speak in the English language. And through that, that's how your English develops. It also develops by you learning and studying and reading and sometimes watching Western influenced movies like your American movies and movies from your, generally from your Western countries. That's how we learn how to speak English. And depending on how far you're willing to go with the language, then you you would you would actually go as far as reading novels and writing and it really depends on how far you're willing to go as a person. But not all people in South Africa speak English the way that I do. You'd actually be surprised that some people understand the English language but can't speak it. Or some people speak with a British accent in South Africa, or some people speak with an accent that so some people you wouldn't even think that they were born in Africa. The way that their English is so good. So South Africa
Your
is very
English is
diverse, I
good.
would say. No, it's really not that good. No. I've met people who really speak English so well that they can describe anything. Like they can put words into anything that their English is so refined that I'm just in awe. of how they speak. My English doesn't even come close to this.
Mm.
But I think it's really good. Like even in the Philippines, di ba no, the forger sa Pilipinas, we do also have an accent. They actually like a lot of different countries like they would always kind of like it's not criticized but they would make fun of our Filipino accent because it's thick the way they explain it when we speak English like Filipino accent it's thick but the forger doesn't seem to have like thick English o diba English ka nga ulit the forger sabi ni ano sabi ni Just bakit very talkative ka dito? So Just Wanks is asking the forger, why are you
Why?
so talkative here? And do you know that the forger is actually like basically he's working in Oman, but he's also like you, like you're into photography, right? If I'm not mistaken. And the forger is into arts. Like he's probably gonna show you his art. Like it's just amazing. Like at least for me, because I'm not anywhere. Like yung dyan sa likod mo, ikaw
Ah,
nagawa yan.
hindi.
Yung sa likod
It's
mo.
it's a wallpaper.
Ay, kala ko.
Yeah.
Papabili
But
pa
I'm
sana.
doing some charcoal drawings also. Charcoal realism like this one. Portrait like that.
Do you want to show us anything? The
Ah,
forger.
I don't have my sketch pad here.
Ah,
It's still
'di
at the
But
box, yeah.
he's really into
Mm.
arts. Like this is the thing sometimes Reddy, like I like live streamings because you meet different people that are interesting. At least for me. Ayan, press 1 kayo dyan sa baba guys kung parehas kayo ng nararamdaman ko. Ayan. Napasabak tayo.
But
Nagsasalita 'di ba?
yes.
Actually, the Filipino accent is sweet. So how about
Oh,
you, Radi? Do you ever like encounter Filipinos in South Africa?
sorry. Please repeat that.
Have you ever encountered like Filipino in South Africa?
Um, uh, the, the thing is, I don't want to sound offensive or anything, but if I saw a person, I wouldn't know whether they are Philippine or whether they are from Thailand. I wouldn't know. I'd first have to speak with them and ask them, but I haven't had an encounter where I ever spoke with a person from the Philippines. But I have had, a friend from South Korea, but the Philippines, no, I haven't. I haven't spoken to anyone
Oh,
from the Philippines.
Mm.
magpunta ka dun the forger, punta ka South Africa.
Ito, sorry ko. This is
Pakilala.
my some sketch that I put in Instagram.
Patingin nga ulit.
Wow.
Yan.
Yeah.
Wow.
It will be some photos. It's just like my pastime. It's hobby, like a hobby like this.
Wow.
Okay na yun.
It's
Nice.
really
Yeah.
yeah, it's really nice. Like even me when I first saw how he draw cuz I couldn't draw. But I think I have an eye for it. So,
Mm.
ayun. Kalya Isla! Ayan, mega, mega,
Mega
mega,
love,
mega,
shout
mega
out.
love. Shout out, Kalya. O, 'di ba? Wala siyang pasok. Ano, Kalya? Englishan tayo dito. Ayan. That's why I encourage a lot of my fellow Filipinos. Like, if you feel like you want to talk in English, like, feel free to interact here. Like, try to practice your English because I think if you can speak English, like the same as the forger, if you can speak English, you can actually have the opportunity like outside of the country as well.
Yes.
Like it's really nice because it's kind of like the first thing that a lot of other countries ask is if do you speak English? And if you do, like opportunities will open up for you, even on YouTube. Like if you can speak English, you can actually interact with like with other people that doesn't know your language. So, Isoy Di Guzman Vlogs. Ayan. Thank you for
Mega love,
coming.
shout out.
Mega, mega, mega love shout out. Why what's with the face, Radi? Like who? What's with the face? You're muted again.
Ang hirap din kasi Ice minsan, like me, some customers asking me if I'm a Nepali or I'm a Indian, like this one. Because of the diverse face from Asia, you could not say this one Korean or something like that.
Yes.
But I need to speak to them. Sometimes I'm very scared also to speak Tagalog because sometimes that one is not a Filipino, it's a Nepali or sometimes an Indian.
Mm.
Kasi your eyes, yung mata mo, forward your eyes is kind of like it's kapag tumatawa ka, 'di ba sumisingkit.
Hmm.
Tapos yung mukha mo parang Korean 'pag
Maliit.
titingnan, 'di ba? You look Korean. Pero 'pag ano naman, 'pag hindi ka tumatawa para kang Nepal. So, yun, 'di ba?
That's
So,
why.
how about you, Reggie? Do you have any kind of like besides South Africa, does other like if you have foreigners in your country, does people think of you otherwise?
Um, I've never had that experience before. Usually, when people come to our country, they are fascinated by how developed our country is. Because in the media loves portraying Africa as a place where people are skinny and people are
Yeah.
fighting and there's war and there's all sorts of bad things in South Africa. And they're actually shocked to find out that we have systems and infrastructure in place, and we have universities, and we actually know how to articulate ourselves. But I've never really gotten any sort of bad vibe from a foreigner. Perhaps if I were to move out of South Africa and go to a country like your Japan, Tokyo, then maybe I'd get stares, or people treat me as a foreigner or as an outsider. But I haven't been outside the country, so I really wouldn't know.
Mm. So, how about you, the forger? Like, do they treat you in Oman o 'di ba dire-diretsong English? Like, I'm just gonna read people in the live chat before I ask this question for the forger. So in the live chat, they were like teasing the forger because he speaks English today, which is really, really like I appreciate that, 'di ba? Si Isoy, ikaw pala 'to Katanduanes, Ayan, huli kita ngayon, o 'di ba? Ayan. Madam Y Lami, ayan, and
Mega,
siyempre sa
mega.
Viva
Shout out.
Defo, mega, 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 mega love shout out sa inyong dalawa. Thank you, o 'di ba? Ayan, alam ko na noted na yan, Isoy de Guzman, as known as Katanduanes, 'di ba? So in Oman, is there any like I wouldn't say negative, but is there anything like stereotype of Filipinos that kind of a lot of Oman people kind of relates you to? Meron ba?
Because here in Oman, they treat Filipinos like it's equal like this one. But in Saudi, this one is very hard. You need to tell, they're telling sometimes, you need to speak our language if you want to stay. We cannot adjust to you. That you're speaking English. You need to learn Arabic. You should learn Arabic if you want to stay in our country like this one. And they're treating like if you're a Filipino there in Saudi, you're a for cleaning like this only.
Oh,
Housemaid like this one, yeah.
so there's always gonna be
Mm.
like the same in Japan. I think if you hear it from other foreigners as well, they would tell the same thing. Like some Japanese. But right now I think it's more of like it depends of what kind of job are you
Mm.
trying to get. But if you're trying
Um,
to get like English speakers or like English teacher, they don't there are some like there's some jobs that they just want you to speak English, that you don't have to have the qualification of speaking Japanese. But at the same time, Japanese can be a really wonderful language to learn. So, it's nice to learn different languages. So, how many languages? do you know the forger?
I can speak Arabic, a little bit of Hindi, and English.
Apat, 'di
That's
ba?
Tagalog.
Tagalog. How about you,
But
Raji? How many languages again do you speak?
Um, I can speak my mother tongue, and then I can speak a language that's very similar to my mother tongue, but it's also different. I can speak that one. And then
ethnic
in South
language ata.
Africa,
Dialect,
yes,
yeah.
Yeah.
yes. And then in South Africa, there's also a very popular language that's spoken amongst the African people that I can understand, but I can't speak it. And then finally, it's English, and also another one that's just as important as English in our country. It's called Afrikaans.
Ah,
It's actually some sort of a yes, it's the language that Yolandi speaks. Yolandi from the
yes. I
Antwoord
like that one.
is that language.
African. The
Afrikaans, yes.
Antwoord. I like those ones. Ayan. 'Di ba? Hindi kayo makarelate, no, guys? Ano yung panoorin niyo yun, si The Aunt Boot. And there's actually like a song. I couldn't probably say it on YouTube because it's kind of like a bad word. It's like CUNT, you know that word.
Oh,
So when they're trying to
yes.
there's this song, yeah, there's this kind of like in their album they would say this is how you pronounce, because it's like in America this is a band, they it's not a band, it's a group. They're kind of like into music, they're a rapper, and then yeah, Ninja, they're rapper, and then Yolandi. So they would tell you how to pronounce their name because they pronounce it like die ant word, they aunt would. So they would tell you like no, D as in like this, and aunt
Yes.
as in like CUNT. And I like that. It's like, oh, okay. I could do that. Ayan.
Yes.
'Di ba? Itlog mo na yan.
The
Itulog mo na
first
yan sa Tanduanes. O, 'di ba? Ayan, mag-away lang kayo diyan sa baba. And guys, yung mga tao diyan sa baba, gusto ko rin malaman how many languages, kasama na yung dialect sa Philippines. Because even in the Philippines, we have so much dialects.
Hmm.
So, pagsamahin niyo yung mga dialects na alam ninyo, guys. Gusto kong malaman kung ilang lingwahe yung alam ninyo. So, i-press niyo dyan sa baba para alam ko din.
you
'Di ba?
know, can I say something?
Of course, of
My
course.
yes, my first exposure to the Philippines as a country. I remember there used to be an American group that I used to love, and the name of the group was called Black Eyed Peas.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
yeah, and one of the guys, I forgot who his name was, and then it's a song from a Black Eyed Peas called Filipino, Filipino. He said,
Sino nga yung
and
The
so
Forger?
Black Eyed Peas yung singer na one, sila tag dito yung kumanta ng
Anong
yan.
pangalan niya? O yung mga tao diyan sa baba, sino yung ano nga yun, Apple? Is it Apple?
Apple the Up, Apple the Up.
Apple Diep, yes,
Yes.
yes. But at the time, I really didn't know. I thought that it's because at the time I really wasn't aware of how big the world was, and then I thought that maybe Filipino was a state in Mexico, or I thought that Filipino was just a slang word. But I also heard him rap in another language. I thought that maybe that was some sort of another dialect of the Mexican language. I really didn't know that the world was actually big. And then the time where I really got to know the Philippines and saw uh, the beautiful pictures on the internet, and the time that I actually immersed myself in the Philippine country and getting to understand the Philippine country was when one of the boxers named Manny Pacquiao was fighting,
Ah, there
um,
you go.
and
Pakya.
then and he would always win championships. And whenever they'd introduce him to the ring, they'd say the pride of the Philippines. And then I'd ask myself,
Yes.
where's the Philippines? Where's this country? And then I'd look on Google and I'd see that the Philippines is very beautiful with your many, many islands.
Yeah.
I love your mountains and landscapes and water. also learned that the Philippines have a very good diet of seafood, like your fish and your
Yes.
prawns. And but I also learned that similar to South Africa, the Philippines is a developing country, meaning that you do have it's not as wealthy as your European countries, but they are a country that really is trying to develop themselves and their people. And I'm not too sure, but I read a bit about I read a bit about um, issues between the Philippines and Japan. I
Fine.
think Japan
Oh,
invaded the Philippines. I think
Yeah,
Japan
before.
invaded
back
the
in the day.
Philippines and something something, and then the Philippines wants Japan to pay reparations. And at the time, the Japanese couldn't some sort of history like that. So I'd say Manny Pacquiao is the reason why I started searching the Philippines, and I was really impressed at how beautiful the country was. And I further went on to YouTube, and there's really a lot of YouTubers who are just in awe of the country. And wow, the Philippines really is beautiful.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Thank you for that. We do appreciate that. O, 'di ba? Yung mga tao dyan sa baba, na-appreciate niyo ba yung sinabi niya? Naintindihan niyo yun? Gustong-gusto niya sa Pilipinas. Kaya kayo guys dyan, yung sa mga content nyo, pag alam yung makakapunta kayo sa mga islands, alam yung pwede nyong i-showcase yan, ilabas nyo yan sa YouTube, 'di ba? Kasi may mga
Mm.
katulad na tao ni Radi nanonood, ayan.
Yung
And
mga content.
'di ba? But thank you for appreciating our country like that. I would say it's my country too. Pero yun nga,
Pero ay
this
tanong kita, Ice, ilang island na yung one tag dito?
Oy, alam ko
Napunta mo
yan,
sa Pilipinas?
7,100.
How many islands did you travel already in the Philippines? Ice.
The thing is like I've always said this. I've always said this. Like I'm so bad in geography, but for some weird reason, I remember how many islands does Philippines have? Because I think it comes from when you're in elementary. Because I studied in the Philippines, so there's tests. Like you have to remember, and it's almost like I have to remember 7,100. That's why I think it kind of got stuck in
Wow.
my head. Yes, we do have like it's a country that is made out of islands, and we have like three. Like if you separate it, we have the Luzon, which is the north. Is it tama ba ako, guys? Wait, tama niyo pag mali ako
North,
ah.
north, north.
Yeah.
And Manila is the capital city of the
Yes.
Philippines,
Yeah.
Yes, Manila is
and
the capital.
that's also where Muhammad Ali fought Joe Fraser, if I'm not
I
correct.
don't know.
Um,
Sino mga
Muhammad,
Muhammad Ali dyan, guys? Like the
Muhammad
thing
Ali
is,
and
I
Joe
know
Fraser.
who Muhammad Ali, but I'm not into boxing. So I
Oh,
don't think I've ever get caught on that. But I know he's a legend.
Muhammad
All I
Ali yung
know,
kinagat yata yung tenga. I think the one who
yun
beat
ba
the
yun?
ear or something like this.
Is it that
Muhammad
one?
Ali.
No, no, si Muhammad
Yeah.
Ali before.
Ah,
Before pa
yeah.
kay Tyson, right?
Mm.
Because the forger is saying like, is that the time where somebody bit the ear? And I think it's Tyson and then the other dude.
Yeah, I
I
think.
no,
remember
no,
that.
no. Yeah.
And Muhammad Ali
No.
is like way back, right?
Yes.
Way back.
Yes.
Ayan. O, diba? Sabi ni Just Wanks. Oh,
No.
Shirley says Ali Mall in Cubao. Is that one where Muhammad and Joe Fraser fought? She was saying
Yes.
like it's in Ali Mall in Cubao. Ah, wow, alam ni Shirley, Wow, dahil dyan, palakpakan. Ayan, o, 'di ba? May mga natututunan kayo sa amin, guys. Ayan, 'wag na spoken dollars na lang, pwede na. Oh, 'di ba? Ayan, sige salita lang kayo diyan, guys. Gustong-gusto ko, nakikita ko yung mga interaction niyo diyan sa baba, sa totoo lang. Si Jensky, andiyan na rin si Jensky. Oh, 'di ba? Thank you, Jensky. Nandiyan ka pa rin. 5 languages. Jensky says 5. So, anong 5 yan, Jensky? Ayan, sabihin nyo lang dyan. And sabi ni Just Wanks, yes, I know Muhammad. Oh, 'di ba? So it's really nice. Ayan. May katawagan na ulit si The Forger. Oh.
Amo, my manager is calling again for the installation. Still have too much pending there.
So you've been to Saudi and Oman, The Forger, right?
Yes.
Two countries, and both are like um Muslim countries, right?
Yeah, GCC.
So how is like the culture kind of, does that
Um, for me in Saudi, it's very hard because it's a Ramadan time. You're not allowed to eat, smoke in the road like this one. You cannot smoke, eat. You cannot show them because it's haram. You will be caught and you will go to jail for that one.
how
And
about in South Africa?
uh,
Nakamute
nakamute.
siya. Diretsuhin mo muna yung sasabihin mo,
Uh,
Joel. Ano? The Forger.
and also, you could not look into the eyes of the lady if you're speaking to
Oh, really?
any Muslim lady. You could not see you could not directly check his this one, eyes. Eye to eye contact is not allowed. He can't it's a lady like this.
Hmm. Sige. Kausapin mo muna yan, The Forger. Yes. No. So you're muted, Radi, again. Yes.
I think what I heard him say is that you're not allowed to smoke cigarettes in the Middle East. Am I correct?
If Ramadan
Yes.
time, this is on Ramadan time.
Oh, you can only smoke Ramadan cigarettes.
No, if Ramadan time, you could not smoke or drink water or eat in the public places.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, wow.
And if there's like a adhan, if the prayer calls already, you need to close your shop. Directly close this one. And you need to go
Yes,
out. If the prayer
yes,
time, you need to go out and close the shop.
mm, yes. Wow.
Right? It's kind of like, it's interesting. Ayan. Bebsi
Yes.
Channel, mega, 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 mega love. Shout out to you. And ayan, biyaheng single dad. O, di ba? Nakapasok ka rin. Biyaheng single dad, mega, 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 mega love. Shout out to you. Ayan, good evening. And of course, just roaming around. Ayan. That is, ayan, just roaming around will be my guest this coming Saturday. So guys, say hi to him. He's gonna be in the chat. So yun, just roaming around. Mega, 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 mega love. Shout out to you. Ayan, thank you, thank you. But just Wang is saying something here. She's saying like Muhammad Ali versus Joe Frazier and si Pfizer yun at si Astra, hindi si Muhammad. Yung alin? Ano na naman yan, Katanduanes? Hindi ko naintindihan. Asa, asan yung nga? Nasaan yung nilagay ni ano? Wanks. Just Wanks. Oh, there you go. Radi, you look like Muhammad Ali. Just Wanks says. How's that feel?
I feel like a champion of the world.
Yeah, 'di ba? Ikaw just twink sa I know. Ayan, hey all. Ayan, thank you, thank you. Ayan, wow. Fanatic boxers. Yes. So, you're a fan of boxing. Did you ever box? Like the forger as well. You can answer this question that like mixed martial arts. Like what kind of mixed martial arts are you guys into?
Um, I've 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 never boxed before, but I would love to try it out. And in my research, looking at other countries, I saw that Thailand has Muay Thai, and Muay Thai is a very brutal sport. But
Yes,
but
I love it.
do you love it?
Yes, I do.
Well, yes, but what I do is that I exercise a lot and I go to the gym a lot. But I would also love to try out a combat sport. You know, have someone punch me in the face and I punch that person back and we go back and forth and determine who the winner is. I'd love to just try it out just for once, but it's not something that I would do long term because I've also heard stories of brain damage and
Yes,
long
I
term
agree.
damage to the body and those kinds of things. So it's something that I would do once off, but I wouldn't pursue it as a profession. I think I'd do it for fun or for
Oh,
to pass time.
to be a punching bag. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. So how about you, the forger? Ayan. How about you, the forger? Have you ever had any like have you ever had any mixed martial arts background or anything
Nothing.
that you wanted
But
to
I really
experience?
want to experience Taekwondo.
Oh,
I really
nice.
want that one.
Ayan. Ayan. Kausapin mo muna yung boss mo ba? Sige, okay lang, The Forge, ayan. And siyempre, Benjamin Mata Jr., mega, 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 mega love shout out. Alam ko nandyan ka na rin sa Saudi, if I'm not mistaken. So, I hope you're doing fine out there. Ayan, have a wonderful and stay safe lang lagi dyan, diba? Thank you, Benjamin Mata. Ayan, mga kamata. And syempre kay Sir Mark Diacos, mega, mega, mega love shout out. Ayan, all the way from Kuwait. Like we have so much Filipinos that are all over the country. Like, the people in the live chat right now, they're from Kuwait, Singapore, like Hong Kong. They're all over the world, as you would say. That's why it's
Maybe
kind of
every
like
corner
nice.
in the world will be there's a Filipino somewhere around there.
I wonder if like in South Africa, that's why I asked you earlier. Do you ever encounter Filipinos in South Africa? If there are there Filipinos over there, because it's almost like it's so weird to not see any Filipino in one country. Like it seems like we're all over the like all over the world. It seems like, diba? Ayan. O nagbura ka pa diyan, Just Winks, ano yun? Makikita ko naman yan diyan. Ah, wrong type. Parang ako yan, parang ako yan, Just Winks, mali-mali na, 'di ba? Ayan. So, pagdating kasi 'di ba sa mga ganyan, like Raddy says earlier, he wants to kind of experience how to be puncher, like for fun. How about you, the forger? Have you ever like because in the Philippines it's usually like boxing is one of like the sports in our country, right? So as a kid growing up, do you ever fight or do you ever been into like a street fight per se? Kumbaga, 'di ba nauso 'yan, suntukan tayo. Ayan, have you ever had that? Because in the Philippines, we have that. Like, I've seen that a lot with guys. When they're angry at each other, they would kind of like, come, let's get out. Let's fight out there. Like, it's almost like inevitable, especially in the club or like, like people are drinking. And it's like Philippines is kind of like known for drinking outside. So, have you ever had that experience? The forger.
Experience about fighting.
Fighting, yes.
Um, Child time, yeah, but adult nothing.
So have you ever punched in the face? Have you ever had that
I've
experience being
been punched in
punching?
my face.
How about you,
Yeah.
Radi? Radi,
Radi.
you're muted again.
No, I'm saying in my younger days, I also got into altercations and fist fights, but that was the younger me. But no, not
Um,
not recently or any time that I can recall.
Oh, and Shirley, ayan. Thank you so much, Shirley. Diba? Thank you. Oh, here. Thank you so much. Ayan, maraming salamat. Diba? Thank you. Ayan. Thank you so much, Madam Shirley. Puyat kasi yan dahil sa iPhone. Sino?
Hmm,
Sinong puyat?
sino po yan?
Sinong puyat dyan? Ayan. Scotland is the same. They always say, "Do you want to go or I will punch your ticket, mate?" How do you say that in Scotland? Because they have a different accent. So, guys, if you want to hear like an authentic Scottish accent, please come this coming Saturday because you're gonna hear a wonderful Scottish accent. Do you want to go? I don't know. I don't know how to say that. But yes, this coming Saturday is gonna be like that. Yet are a loving, caring nation. O, diba? Parang pares kasi sa Scotland, diba? Parang mahilig din silang tumungga. So, parang
Scottish
feeling ko
kasi yata because of the Scottish, this is Scottish
whiskey.
whiskey.
Whiskey?
Yeah, Scotch.
Yes, they have a nice. So, when it comes to alcohol, let's talk about alcohol. Do you guys drink? Yan. Since, again, Radi, you can answer that. Do you drink, Radi?
I stopped drinking at the age of 22 because drinking for me got a bit out of hand. I'd get drunk unnecessarily. I'd spend money on alcohol. I would I would fight and quarrel with my close friends, and I just saw that alcohol wasn't for me, and so I stopped. And that decision has yielded good into my life, but also it's a bit awkward for me to go to clubs or to go to a setting where people drink, and I'm the only one not drinking. It makes people feel uncomfortable, but no, I don't drink, and just generally, I don't like the feeling of not being in control of my body. Because when you're drunk, you're not in control of your body, and in a country that's as dangerous and crime ridden as South Africa, if you're drunk, then people will rob you, people will search you, and it's especially worse when you are a woman because bad things would happen to you. So I left alcohol. Perhaps if I were to go to a safer country, then I may start drinking again. But I wouldn't recommend drinking to anyone here in South Africa.
So how about you, sabi ni Just Wings, the forger drinks gin. Gin bulag. What's gin bulag means? Hindi kami makarelate dito, ah. Wings,
It's mean the round
explain.
one, the gin alcohol. Yung alam mo yung tawag dito? San Miguel ba yun? Yung alcohol sa
San
Pilipino.
Miguel,
Gin.
yung dati?
Oh, gin. Oh, yeah.
Yun
Bilog.
yung sinasabing
Gin
bulag.
bulag. Mm.
Oh, the
Because if you're
forger.
drinking, literally your eyes will be blind.
Oh, yeah. Well, so what is the type of alcohol is like your go-to drink? Like with you, the forger, what is like your go-to?
For
Na
me,
hindi
it's like
iniinom?
tequila. Because
Wow.
I'm less hungover. Yeah, but I'm drinking only now occasionally, not like before. I'm drinking too much alcohol. Now it's occasionally only.
Oh, tequila. I do love tequila back in the day. Like I could take a shot, like shot per shot per shot, and I wouldn't get drunk. Like I love the feeling of being in tequila. But now, no, I don't drink anymore. But that's the thing, guys. That's why you have to come here this Saturday. Cause yon, basta yon. Bala kayo dyan. Ayan. Cause our guest is from Scotland. So it's almost kind of like a shame if we're not gonna drink on air. Diba? Gin bulag, gin blind. Botchuk says, I drink only milk. Diba? Ang tong si milk. We call tequila fight juice. So how about you, Radi? So what is your when you were drinking before? Like what is your kind of go-to drink?
Um, a popular drink a popular drink in South Africa. I wouldn't say it's tequila, but there's a beer cider called Savannah and Corona. Not sure if you've heard about it.
Is
They
that a
are
type of cocktail or is like a brand?
yes, it's sort of a beer. It's actually a beer, but the name of it is called Savannah and Corona. Corona is actually well known. It's an international brand of beer.
Oh, it's a beer.
That's
The Corona beer?
yes,
Oh, I
yes,
get it. Yeah. So you're
yes,
a beer drinker before.
yes.
Yes. So sa mga cocktail naman, like let's talk about cocktails because I do love cocktails now. That's the only drink I drink now are all cocktails. Like just thinking about it, I actually brought 3 cans for Saturday. Like these are 3 cans that are limited in Japan because in Japan we have these cocktails that are really kind of limited version. Like it could be really, really, it would taste really, really good and it's sweet. So I don't really drink more now because it's sweet. I would get fat. So that's the one reason I don't drink anymore. But from time to time, I would tell you what is it this Saturday. What did I brought? So how about cocktails? Because I've heard like when it comes to cocktails, guys usually don't drink it because it's for girls. So have you ever tried any cocktail that if it's up to you, you would recommend it?
And for me, it's I really like mojito. Mojito is
Oh,
good. Yeah, mixed with
I've
Sprite, a
had
little
that.
bit vodka.
Yes. And then they actually is that one where you put salt, right?
Yeah,
Is it
salt
the
in
one with
the
lime?
cup. Yeah, yeah, and lime juice.
So you're always a tequila guy.
Mm. This one
So
is
you
for it's like
tequila.
a party with the girls. You can drink this one. It's a light beer. I
Yes.
light drink, light cocktail.
Light drink.
Yeah.
Yes. How about you, Radi?
I actually don't know the alcohol
Any
brands.
cocktail?
Yeah, cocktail. But I do know, I've seen cocktail glasses, and inside I would see maybe two or three different colors. At the bottom, it'll be kind of like a faded red, and then in the middle, it'll be a light faded blue, and there'd be like a little umbrella inside, and it'd also be I don't know if it's sugar or salt around the rim of the glass. I think that's what I'd see from TV and sometimes from bars, but I've never really had a cocktail. Any, I don't really
Oh.
consume alcohol.
Well, there's a lot of cocktail, and it's actually like the names of different cocktails can be really naughty. And there's actually one, like, this is what I kind of like do a lot when I have these stores at home and we're gonna drink. Like, it's melon liquor. I don't know how you pronounce that, but melon liqueur, Bailey's, and Kahlua. Those three. You'll put it in a shot glass and then you put like a cream on top, I think. And I'm pretty sure just Jerome would know this. And it's called blowjob.
Mm.
And the way you drink that is really, really, really nice. Because I would like, if only they would agree for me to put it on on here, I would share it. Because I always kind of like had that kind of like, because it's fun. Like, you know, when you're with friends, it's supposed to be fun. So I would put it in a line on the table, like cream after cream, and they'll be in line as well, like even me included. And then I'll tell them to put their hands on the back. And then the way you drink it is like because it's in the table, so you're gonna have to like clean or like bend over, and then like without hands, you're gonna put the glass on your mouth and then just shut it like that. That's why it's called a blowjob. Alam niyo na guys, may natutunan
See
kayo
how
sa
his react for that one, Ice.
that's how you drink it. That's how you drink it. And I think that's why how it was called like that. But it's really nice. And it's actually more funnier because of the name. And sometimes like Filipino can be very entertaining. They're not, some Filipino guys wouldn't be like macho. Like those macho that wouldn't do it because it's kind of like degrading. But the thing is, Filipino can be entertaining, even if they're so straight. Just for fun, they would do it, and it would be cool if like one of my, like guy friend would do it too, the same as all of us. And then there's this one friend of mine, like because they're a couple, he would be the one who's gonna, because the girl has long hair, so he would like tie, like put it like that, so the hair wouldn't be on the face. So it's almost like, like that. So it's kind of fun. So if you guys want to have fun when you're drinking with friends, I definitely recommend doing that. And then how you like drink it, it's really fun. Diba? Just roaming around says depth charge is whiskey shot dropped into a pint of Guinness. Oh, you should try Guinness, Radi. If you're a beer drinker, you should try Guinness. Have you had that? The Forger Guinness beer.
No. I
You
really
should
don't
try.
like much drinking for beers.
Oh, I
Nakakalaki
think
ng tiyan eh.
Malaysians. Ay, totoo. Because the forger also, Radi, he's also kind of like body conscious. Like I always I always kind of like tell him like abs reveal, because that's how we first met. Let me see your abs. Kind of like it's kind of a joke between us because he
Yeah.
has he has a good body. Like he's really taking care of his body, have their own version. I like cocktails like old fashioned or a cider car. Hmm. I don't know those. I don't know those, just roaming around. Bailey's, Kahlua, and vodka in a shot glass is slippery. Oh yes, another one. Slippery. There's a bunch. Like in the Philippines, I think there's one. I think there's one that got famous. It's Sex on the Beach. That's how they called it. I forgot what's the mix of the drink. But I've been a very, very bad girl. I drink a lot back in the day. Like I would drink every day when I go to the Philippines, like every single day. Because it's just a vacation. So I would gather my family, my cousins, my friends. I would drink like 3 days in a row. Like I would only sleep to
Wow.
rest. And then the next day I would be like, okay, let's drink again. And it will all go throughout the day. And I'll be fine. No hangovers or nothing. So right now I don't. Like give me two cocktails, I'm out. Like, nah, I don't want it. I don't want it anymore.
Because if
So
you're
So,
getting old, I think Ice, if you're getting old, this alcohol,
yes.
you're, ano yung one tag dito, nagsawa.
Tolerance. The
Yeah, your tolerance
tolerance,
with
I
alcohol
think.
is getting lower and lower. That's why you're getting drunk easier. Not
Ang
like before
sinasabi
you're
ko na the
young
forger,
guys.
tumatanda na ako. Magagaya na ang
so,
bata pa ako.
so I see. Does the Philippines have a drinking culture?
Hmm.
Drinking what?
Drinking culture.
Yes.
Yes. It's like the same as Japan. Like in Japan, it's the same thing. Like if you don't drink, you cannot really socialize, kind
Yeah.
of in a
Mm,
way.
mm.
Because socializing in Japan, it equals to alcohol. The same in the Philippines. Like if you go outside of
Same.
your house in the Philippines, there's group like different. Like sometimes you would walk, like especially if you're a dude, you would walk. You're just buying something. And then there's a group of people drinking. They would give you like a glass.
Yeah. Drink up.
Your
Drink
shot.
up.
Drink up. It's like that. It's like it's weird. You know. Masakit ang ngipin ko sa inyo. Ba't ngipin? Kalya. Like, Jimmy, she says her tooth aches because of English. Yeah, but it's, it's nice. It's a nice culture. Like, once you go to the Philippines, it's gonna be amazing for you, especially if you know people. Because
Mm.
this is the only thing that I'm proud of my fellow Filipinos, is because they are entertaining. Like, I think it's kind of like part of our culture that we like to entertain people.
And
Like,
singing
it's one
karaoke.
of like, yes, and singing karaoke.
Yeah.
Like, that's why sometimes if you stay like in the back, like if you stay tuned until I finished the live stream, I would sometimes sing in the end, because it's almost like it's part of our culture. It's the same in Japan. It's like a lot of Japanese also like to go to karaoke, but we have like a certain place that we sing. In the Philippines, no. It's like, I think you gave like, you were born and there's already karaoke on the other on your neighbors. So it's like you grew up with karaoke. Yeah, it's kind of like
Well,
that.
in South Africa, sorry, there's just an airplane. In South Africa, we love dancing. Um, like
Oh,
our dancing is the equivalent to your karaoke. In South Africa, we love, love, love dancing. I think I think if you were to search South Africa, the first thing you'd see is, people dancing from school kids, old people, you know. I think dancing is our culture when we try.
how about you, the forger? Do you sing? I don't think I've heard you
No,
sing though.
I'm not singing, but I can dance.
Wow! Oy! Ay, hindi ko pa nakikita. Are we gonna see you guys dance? Because Radi says it's part of their culture to dance. Are you gonna showcase some of your dance? Because I know what you're talking about. Like, this is almost like a conversation, me and, like a group of people. Like, twerking is not just happening now. If you look at like South Africa's culture, like way back in the day, they're already twerking. It's kind of like it's already there. It's not like the trending now. It's just became mainstream, but they've been doing that over there for a long time. So, are we gonna see you two both? Are you gonna showcase your dance to us? Ayan, oh, ang dami, oh. Masakit katawan sa English. Ah, 'di ba? Ayan, drink lang naintindihan ko. Visit. And sabi nung admin, my admin says, sample. Can you give us sample of your dance? Ah, 'di ba?
No, I think I have to be in the mood to dance. I can't just stand up and dance like that. I'm not that kind of a person.
Same also, we need to practice first.
Yes.
Okay. So, when are we gonna have to like, am I gonna have to set a schedule for that? And you tell us, when are you gonna showcase your dances to
For me,
us?
maybe it will be a surprise. I will just go up.
That would
Um,
be cool. That would be cool.
yeah, but I really don't think it's gonna happen. No, no. I think my dance moves are very embarrassing, and I wouldn't want to humiliate myself on camera.
Maybe one day, guys. Maybe they'll
Mm.
send me like their video of them dancing, and then I can show you guys.
But I'm having
Just
already TikTok
room.
eyes.
Yes, TikTok, and then lagay ko sa TikTok, no? I'm not, but the thing is that just roaming says, I am not a huge drinker anymore, but we'll make a special exception for the stream on Saturday. There you
I think it's a
go.
live streaming drinking shot.
Yes, it will
Mm.
definitely, like, it's gonna be, it's not set yet, but if you stay tuned and if it's gonna happen this Saturday, but I'm pretty sure me, I would drink. I would drink. I'll show you like Japan has to offer kind of thing. Like the drinks that they will make, it's only 3%
Japan
alcohol.
have also like a rice wine, right? They call it.
Yes, sake.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
I
sake,
don't
yes.
I don't touch that.
Mm.
Because usually we have a saying in Japan, those rice wine makes you crazy. Like if you think tequila could make you crazy, you drink rice wine, it'll definitely. Like a lot of people in Japan is actually getting crazy when they're drunk. So it's kind of
Wow.
like super, yes. Yes. So it's something like it's super strong, but I think it becomes like it depends on people. Like sometimes like when you're drunk, your true self come out in a way. Like something that you keep, it would come out. So, the next question, what is the craziest thing you've done while drunk that you know of?
Ba't
Ah.
ako? Last time, I think last 2 years, yeah. My friend, we were drunk. I'm drunk. He just carry me and put me in trolley and push me there in the road directly until the trolley crumbles like this one.
For real? So
Yeah,
that's
for
the
real. Yeah,
that's oh sorry. That's the craziest thing you've done?
yeah.
Like the
Wow.
trolley?
Yeah,
How
they
about
just
you,
put
Reddy?
me in the trolley and they just push like this. The trolley for shopping
Oh,
trolley. Shopping trolley.
in the Philippines?
In the road, yeah.
In the Oh my god. How about you, Radi?
Honestly, if I can recall the time that I was drunk, I remember we were at some dam with friends, and then we drank and we drank and we drank and we drank, and I was indeed drunk, but I was very aware of what was going on, and I was very aware of the things that I was saying. And even if I was drunk, I didn't really have the courage to to do the things that I desired. There was this one guy that I didn't like, and I thought that if I drank, I would have, pushed him or something, but it didn't happen. And I remember even when I got drunk, I used to be in control of what I do, and so when people do stupid things when they're drunk, I don't know how they do that. But for me, I never really remember me doing anything stupid. Yeah.
That's nice. No, because
Yeah.
I think the mentality part, like this is just my observation when it comes to drinking. And you can also share your observation as well. Like when it comes to drinking, because it's like, the boundary you put to yourself, like because of the social pressure around you, it goes away. So sometimes there are people that would say, like, if you want to know the person well enough, make them drunk. Then you would know who they are as a person. But at the same time, it's with me. Like, there are moments when I get really drunk. Like, this is the last part of my drinking habits. Like, I would remember. Ay, ibubo ko yung sarili ko, ganun. Ayan, I did remember, like, because I think it comes to a point like with you, Radi, you said like you don't understand people why. There's a point where you drink too much where you get blackout. And
Mm.
blackout, I think it doesn't mean that you pass out. It just means you're not in control anymore. It's like you
Yeah.
never, like you don't know what you're doing anymore. And I think that's why I also stopped drinking is because it happens to me like I get to that point and then the next day I would I would notice like some people would try to ignore me, like even
Mm.
dudes. And I was like, why are they ignoring me? Or like why are they like for example I'm walking straight they would walk away from me. So I was like, why are they doing that? I thought we're friends because we're just drinking last night. And they would tell me, like, you don't remember? You fought him or you fought her last night. It's like, I don't. I didn't. I swear to God, I didn't. But I had kind of like, in the Philippines, we have this saying, like, some people, ano man tawag dun? Yung mahilig sa away. Yung ano tawag dun? May tawag sila dun. Huy guys, yung mga nandun sa baba.
Pangalan ko.
War freak.
Yeah, war fitness.
Yes, war freak. We have that kind of lingo. Like I do fight. Like, sometimes because I don't have filter. So sometimes when I'm sober, I would try to filter what I say because I don't want to offend somebody. But maybe if I'm drunk because the boundaries are not there anymore, or because the filter isn't there anymore, if I don't like you and if I see you, I would say it because I don't give a shit anymore. So I think that's where the fight or the discussion comes from. So I
But
became
isn't
like,
but isn't it you being your genuine self when you do that? If
well,
if you're
I
not in
think so because
control.
it's like, yes, because the thing is, it's like with me, like I don't like being pretentious. But at the same time, I don't want to look rude. Like it doesn't mean if I don't like the person, I would, like curse him or, stuff like that. Like always be in a fight or tell him that he's doing something wrong. I mean, in my part, it's in my kind of it's in my it's in my it's almost like, it's not my place to tell you I don't like you, you know, just because I don't. Like, but at the same time, it comes out. Maybe when I get drunk, it's like, I don't give a shit. I don't like you. So, the being cordial is not anywhere. Like, it's just kind of like you're being frank all the time. And being frank is not really nice all the time. You basically have to pick. It's almost like you have to pick which fight you want, not all the time. And that's it. Hello, hello. How are you? That's it.
Mega
Mega,
love.
mega love. Shout out to you. How are you? That's it. I did miss you. Ayan. Diba? War freak. Yes, yun nga. War freak daw. Kaya tumigil na ako. And Nick Nick is also, that's me when I drink. Nick Nick
Having
is
a
also,
blackout also.
iba
Well,
talaga ang kapag lasing.
um, drinking, drinking in drinking. I think you're very fortunate to be living in a country like Japan where it's relatively safe and the country doesn't have a history of violent crime or any sort of assault to its citizens. But if you were to be drunk and you were to be frank and you were to behave in a very uncanny way towards people here in Africa, not just in South Africa, but in Africa in general, then the ending wouldn't be too good for you because we do have crime. Crime isn't new to us. It's the same as your Mexican countries and your Latin American countries where people wouldn't even hesitate to pull out a gun or a knife or just to harm you. Um, and I think you're very fortunate to be living in Japan because for some of us, seeing people bleed and seeing people die in front of us is a reality. And I don't want to, paint a picture of this beautiful country that I love as a kind of war zone, but um, but actually most people do get busted when they are under the influence of alcohol.
Yeah, I get it. Like I get it because in the Philippines there are moments where I also recommend like foreigners to not go to places. Like you're not allowed to go to this place. 'Di ba, no, the forger?
Mm.
Like
Better to
saan ba
drink
yun?
with the families or friends in closed door like this instead of
Yes.
going out
Like there's
drinking.
a place, like is it Tondo? Like back in the
Mm.
day.
Yeah, Tondo
Yes.
back in the day, but now I think it's already not the same like before. Literally,
Yes.
because I have some friends also in Tondo. No, they're telling it's not the same before. Not like before. If you're drinking there, they will just stab you, kill you there directly if they don't like you.
Mm.
So I think it's kind of the same. But in Japan, yes, it's safe. Like you can, like a lot of like that's why I always recommend if you had the opportunity to come to Japan, don't pass it. Like come here because it's really safe here. Like you can see like kids, like little girls. They would be alone in the train. Like that's how safe it is. And you can walk in an alley without lights. It's going to be safe there. But if you're scared of ghosts, then you have a problem.
Ghostly.
Um, I, I actually do plan on coming to Japan. I've been thinking whether I should go to South Korea or Japan or Taiwan, because I have a bachelor's degree in finance and I'm busy. I'm still busy with my degree in education. I'd really love to go to. I'd really love to visit Asian, especially Indonesia. I'd love to visit Bali and just get a job as an English teacher, but also I'd use that as an opportunity to explore the countries. So it's something that's really been on my mind. But
Oh, for
I'd say
real.
Japan is a bit scary because I've heard that the cost of living in Japan is very high, and
It
I wouldn't
depends.
know
Though.
if. Sorry.
It depends. It depends. It depends
Oh,
on
okay.
where, like where you live. Like it's the
Mm,
same as Philippines, and I think it's pretty the same all over the world. Like if you live somewhere where it's the center, the capital, it would be high. Like where I live, I wouldn't say it's expensive, but if you don't have a nice job, it could be. It could be expensive. But at the same time, this is what I usually explain to a lot of like Filipinos, and I think OFWs would actually relate to this. Not because you live in outside of the Philippines, we're all rich. We can have like money, like we have the salary of the country we're working, but at the same time we're spending it the same way as the value of the money. But the thing is, when you convert it to Filipino peso, then there's the difference. But at the same time, it's not like that. So in Japan, if you live in downtown, yeah, expect it would be expensive. But that's why you have to pick, like, where do you want to live? But a lot of I have friends before who are Nepal, Indians. They would come here and they would stay like those. It's almost like one house. It's gonna be an old kind of house. It's almost like a bed space. Like alam mo yun sa Pilipinas, the forger. We have bed space. Like it's like they're living in it, but it's like bed. That's their privacy, their own bed. And it would be cheap. You're not gonna have your own apartment, but you live in downtown. So it depends on what you want. It depends on where you live. That's how much it's gonna cost.
Also, your lifestyle. If you're social guy, you can call this one like my room now. If I can divide it this one, I can ask another tenant that my rent will be divided also. Almost Dubai same like that one.
Oh. So, what do you think in Oman? Is it like sustainable or
Cost
it's
of
almost
living
like
here, yeah, it's okay. Oh, because the cost of living here is low, not like Dubai. Dubai is very expensive also.
Oh yeah.
But is it true that the value of the currency in Oman is very high?
Yeah, exchange rate for peso it's like 132 pesos for a real.
Wow.
So it's almost
And
But,
wow.
yeah, but the food
and
also is
also,
expensive. Same.
but I also heard that in Muslim countries, particularly the Kuwait and Oman. Oman is actually on an island next to Saudi Arabia, ne? If I'm
Yeah,
not
it will
mistaken.
be next to Saudi Arabia, near to Dubai,
Yes,
and in the border of Yemen.
yes. And then I heard that um, Middle Eastern countries, these Muslim countries, don't pay tax on their salaries. Is that true?
Now they're having a tax now. They're putting tax now because
Oh,
you know the oil of the MGCC Muslim countries already vanishing. That's why they need to put tax.
wow.
And tourism now they're taking for tourism. Like Dubai is doing for Expo 2020 like this one so that you can attract more tourism because the oil
Mm,
is finishing already. They
mm.
don't have money.
But and also the other one was that Oman has the ratio of men to women in Oman. There's actually more men than women in Oman. I think there's I think for every woman there's three men working in Oman, if I'm not mistaken. Or how's the figures like? Is that true? Are there more
Yeah,
men than women in Oman?
yeah, I think it's yeah, same the ratio. It will be the same. But it's now good before, ladies is not allowed to drive, work. But now they're allowing now to this lady because some lady, if their husband died, no one will provide for his family. That's why they will become beggar. You can see them in the street asking for money because they cannot work, they cannot drive.
Mm,
Now the government is giving now the chance of all the ladies to study, work,
mm,
and drive now. Also
mm,
saying, I think Saudi also now.
mm.
That's nice. That's
Yeah.
nice to hear. Lay woman.
Women.
But uh but I'm just gonna read something in here because they're like Kalia Isla were saying something earlier about the drinking discussion. Like she's supposed to like change, like not drink anymore. But because we keep talking about alcohol, then it seems like she wants to drink again. Yes, and then Wilemy is also saying like yes, because Wilemy is also like she's been
Yeah, from
traveling as
Oman.
well, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that's nice. One Omani Rial is $2. 2 and 60. Wow.
Wow, that's a lot.
Mahal. That's a lot. Because $1 is equivalent to almost like 96, 95 yen. And that's pretty much it. Like yen is down if you convert it to, like money that you want. But if it's the other way around, then they would like it because their value is down. But nice, 'di ba?
But
Wag ka
I
na
don't
uminom.
understand how a country that's prosperous and developed like your South Korea and Japan would have such a low valued currency. I wonder why. I wonder what's the reason for that. Even the South African rand, that's the South African currency, is higher than the Japanese and South Korean as it won. So I really found it surprising as to why it's like that.
Well, before like somebody explained it to me before, like into forex or whatever exchange. But the thing is, if you're into into that kind of information, I hope you can, if somebody's watching this and you can explain it to us, please do explain it to us. Ayan. 'Di ba? And Wilemy also says earlier about the drinking thing. She was saying like She walks like a snake when she drinks. I believe it's crawling like a snake when drunk. That's what
Rolling like a snake. He will do like swarm.
di ko sinasabi na ako yan, Kalya. Ay hindi, sinabi mo na yan, Madam Wailami, alam na namin. Oh, 'di ba? And there is more, 'di ba? Oh, 'di ba? That's it, 'di ba? And also, ayan, one of the words that you would always hear me saying, Radi, is 'di ba? It's Tagalog for right, right? Right? 'Di ba?
Right.
So that's what it's equivalent to. 'Di ba? Yeah. Then the men should look for women from Eastern Europe, as there are 3 women for every 1 man.
Nice, huh? I think it's also in Japan or Korea or China.
Real? Hmm. I
There's
don't know.
more ladies than men.
No, in China there's 40 million more men than women,
Yeah.
and
Yes.
then yeah, and that's caused by in China they used to have a policy of one child,
Yeah,
and
one
so
child.
Yes.
having a son as a child was more desirable than having a girl, and so I heard stories of some of the daughters were
Abandoned. Yeah.
abortion, yes, were abortioned and stuff until they found a boy child, and so that's the reason why there's 40 million more men than women in China. And then countries like South Korea and Japan, I haven't really done my research on them.
Yeah. That's fucked up.
Mm.
I've heard that once. Like they've already, like, if you ever heard about this reality TV show, like I'm into this reality TV show. It's called 90 Day Fiance. Pinromote bigla. It's like, like 2 people met online. Like they're in the different, like different worlds, different countries. And usually in America, they had this 90-day fiance visa where it's, like the foreigner would come to America, or before they would come to America, they would meet for the very first time after talking in the internet. And it's like, a lot of cultures you would know. So at least with me, it's kind of like frustrating because I feel bad for Americans, because a lot of Americans that are shown on the TV show is very very bad. They're the dumbest persons. They're the most stupidest person you'll probably met in your life. But it's kind of like, like an eye opener, because it's like it's quite funny, because like 2 different cultures, they kind of want to be together, they just found themselves on the internet and stuff like that. Like there's people from, like there's men from Tunisia or something, and it's a way different culture. It's interesting to me at the same time. Ayan.
Yes.
And then there's people in the chat. Like I would translate it to you. Ayan. Kalia says, ang alak hangover lang yan. Ang jowa araw-araw ng sakit ng ulo. So they're kind of like, going to the conversation of love now. So drinking, it's only hangover. The next day you'll
One
just
day.
have
Yeah.
hangover. Yes. But having somebody in your life is everyday headache. Admin cheated. Admin come. Ayan. Dito sa Hong Kong, so, because she's in Hong Kong right now, babae ang mas madami, kaya
Mm.
1:10. So in Hong Kong,
What?
she's saying like it's 1 woman. Tama
10
ba?
bet? I want one and 10 ladies.
One.
Too much, huh?
Yes, 1 to 10. Tama ba? Mali ba kami? Baliktad ba? I see. May I know what's the name of the guest right now and where he is now? I'm sorry, guys. I'm kind of late tonight. Then,
Mm.
the floor is yours, ready. Like, can you, like, for all the newcomers in the live stream, can you describe, like, can you introduce yourself to them? if you can.
Okay, hi guys. My name is Radi. I'm from a country in Africa, and the name of the country is called South Africa. And Africa is a continent, and Africa has a lot of countries. Just like in Asia, there's China, and there's Indonesia, there's Laos, there's Cambodia, there's Philippines, Thailand, there's South and North Korea. There's so many countries, and it's called Asia. And Africa is the same. In Africa, there's many countries, but the part of Africa that I'm from is called South Africa. South Africa is on the southern tip of Africa. It's down, 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 down at the bottom of Africa, and that's where I'm from. And I'm very happy to be on this channel, on ICEE's channel, and I love having these conversations. And my dream is that by next year, once I'm done with my qualifications, I'll definitely be heading maybe to Japan, South Korea, or I've been looking at Vietnam. I love, I have a love for Asian culture. Thank you.
There you go. That's nice. Seems like you're so used to live stream now, Reddy. It doesn't sound like it's your first time. Oh, 'di ba? 'Di
No.
ba? Ayan. So people here are saying, Kalya, kaya pala nagpakalalaki ka na. So a little bit about Kalya, the name Kalya, because she's a part of the LGBTQ family. Do you know LGBT? Like, yeah, she's, ano ba itatawag ko sa'yo, Kalya? Mamaya maano ako dito, ma-censor ako. Ayoko, di ba? Ayun. So she's part of that. So that's why Wailami says that's why she became a man now, because in Hong Kong it's 1 to 10. That's what they're trying to tell in there. And Diyos me, Wailami, kahit lalaki ako na tunay, di ako magjowa dito. And Kalia says, like, even if she's a guy or guy, or like, she wouldn't want to date a woman in Hong Kong. So anong gusto mo, Kalia? Ibig sabihin yan. Yeah, our very own Rose from that reality TV show. Yes, si Rose. Ayan, gustong-gusto ko yan si Rose. Totoo yan. 'Di ba? And that's it says, I have many African friends. Nice to meet you. Ayan. Mega, mega love shout out to That's It. The Forger, mag-English na rin tayo kay Josa at madaldal ka. O, 'di ba?
Nadadali ako dito.
Yes, Asian countries very interesting. Pero like for you, the forger, you've been to Muslim countries. Is there anywhere in Asia that you want to travel and work at the same time?
I really want to go Korea. It's my dream job to go there. Really. I like to see
South
the
or
cherry
north?
blossom, the snow.
Be specific, south or north?
Siyempre doon sa south, wag sa north. I don't like to go to north. I want to go to south.
How about you, Reddy? If you have one, like one
Yeah.
choice,
My one
anywhere in
ultimate
Asia.
choice. I don't want to lie, but my one ultimate choice, number one, if I had the choice, would be Singapore. Um, I've heard beautiful things about Singapore. I've heard that I've actually know someone who's been to Singapore, and he said that Singapore is very clean. In fact, they have cameras around the country, and if you drop a piece of paper, the camera would show that you dropped the piece of paper. He said that it's beautiful in Singapore, and that salaries are high. And I've been looking to go to Singapore, but I see that the work requirements to work in Singapore is it's very high. You really have to be a person who has a lot of experience and a person who has a lot of qualifications. And I think I'd work in Singapore down the drain, but I'd love to go to Singapore. I just love how, and Singapore is also an English-speaking country in Asia, so I think I'd gel well with the people of Singapore.
Yes. The thing is with Singapore, I think like one time like there's a chance for me to go there, but my problem is they're against vaping. I cannot go there. It's like I cannot. I have to be with my there's just too many rules. Like in Japan, we have so much rules already. Like I want to go and relax, stuff like that. But just Wanks is actually living in Singapore now. So
Mm.
that's really, really nice. So I hope she's
Wow.
still there. Yes. So she's there in
Yes.
Singapore, I believe. Yeah. And that's it says, I want to visit Philippines. Yes,
Mm.
you should. That's it. And if you want to visit there, make sure to meet, if I'm not in the Philippines, meet my admin so you're going to be safe wherever you go. Like she will tell you where to go because there are places in the Philippines you don't want to be, stuff like that. Ayan. Press 1 kayo guys dyan kung tama ako. And also Nelson, Brian, Unlimited. Mega, 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 mega love. Shout out, Nelson. Thank you, thank you.
Mega
And
shout
Jency,
out.
thank you. Tai Kabutchoy, thank you for staying. Nandyan lang kayo. Based on my experience, I'm Filipino, gay living in Canada, and married to a Canadian. Wow.
Mm.
It's true. It's very difficult to love with a different culture and different opinions in life. So, with that said, have you ever seen yourselves being with somebody with a different culture as you and a foreigner? Like, and if it is a yes, do you have any preference of which woman do you want to marry to? Let's start with
Ako rin naman. For me, for me, I think no. I will stick to Filipina.
what?
I think for me, I will just stick to Filipino because it's very hard. Also, I tried to date. I think it's one Singaporean or Malaysian that one. I no 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 no. It's like a Malaysian lady, but it's very hard because I need to speak English every time to explain everything. It's very hard for me.
Oh.
And sometimes I cannot express myself also.
So is it a good
Yeah.
experience overall or is that a bad experience?
I think it's gone bad. It's very hard, yeah, to communicate.
So if there's any like race or like any preference,
Mm.
ano yung gusto mo? Like, for example, just this is just for fun, guys.
Uh,
Walang personalan dyan, ah. Is it gonna be, like preference, Latina,
ah,
Asian, like yung mga ganong bagay?
but I
Which do
really
you prefer?
American.
Oh,
Americano eh.
American. Ayan,
Yeah.
guys. Ayan. Hanapan nyo na ng Americana to si The Forger. Ayan. So
Pero mas
before
okay
you
pa rin tayo
answer that,
sa mga Asian pa rin tayo. Sa mga Pilipina pa rin tayo.
but if it's American, is it gonna be the white or the other one?
Oh, for white. No offense. Ah.
And then Nelson says, but luckily I am 5 years married now and happy. Yes, ayan, yes. Let's go for happiness. Ayan, Nelson Brian. So now, how about you, Reddy? Do you ever see your
Honest, yes. Honestly, my main motivation for wanting to move abroad, it's to make money, to expand my career options abroad, and to also explore the country that I would be living in, whether it's in Asia or in North America. And because of that, I've I'm a man, and I obviously need a woman by my side. So I wouldn't, and obviously, if I were to, for instance, next year, if I were to decide to go to Asia, I obviously wouldn't expect to see many black women there. So I'd have to be with the women that I love at the time. So with me, I really don't have preference, just as long as she's beautiful and she takes good care of herself, and her and I have a good connection, and we love being around each other, we love each other's company, and I'm able to buy her flowers and chocolates from time to time, and I'm able to fulfill my role as a man in her life and to protect her and all of that. Really, preference doesn't matter. I don't spend my time thinking about me wanting to date a particular type of woman. I'm actually more money orientated. I'd love, just to travel and make as much money as I can and to spoil my woman. So whatever color she is, it really doesn't matter. I think
Oh,
I think
that's
that's
nice.
because I think that's because I live in a country where there are different races. There are whites, there are halves, there are people who are mixed, there are also Indians in our country. And I've had a chance to really understand the people from the different groups of our society. And really speaking, at the end of the day, I feel like we're all human. Yes, we may be different, we may have different ethnicities and different religions and different um, different elements that makes us different, but essentially we are human. So um, if so, I've come to the decision that whoever I love and whoever I get along with is the person that I'm going to be with. I don't really have a preference. The only preference that I have is that she mustn't be overweight, she mustn't be fat, she mustn't be dirty, she mustn't be, she mustn't be a drug addict, she mustn't be mean, she mustn't have features or characteristics that people would usually frown upon. She must be a beautiful lady who takes care of herself, who's feminine, and who's also decent. So I don't have a specific race in mind, no. But I have seen American women, and I think American women are loud and opinionated, and I don't see why
Exaggerated
anyone
too
would want to
much.
be. I don't see why anyone would want to be with an American woman. I really don't see how that's attractive. But I guess I guess to each his own. I guess people have what's the saying? Different strokes for different folks. I
Yeah.
think people
Yeah.
have their own people have their own wants and needs. But from what I've seen on TV, I'm not really impressed by American women. Perhaps they are different in real life, and perhaps the kinds of women that they portray on TV are
Different.
um, yeah, perhaps they're different. Perhaps they are it's for entertainment purposes and they aren't really like that. But so far I'm not impressed. But really, yeah. But for me, I don't have a particular interest.
Wow. I like that you're so honest with what you
Mm,
want, because I think
yeah.
that's one thing that a lot of people actually forget is that, like sometimes when you're trying to pick for yung piko naging F na, o, 'di ba? For a partner. Oh, lumalabas yung accent natin, guys. Ayan. For a partner, it's actually pretty kind of like it's so easy in a way because you just really have to know, like you have to be very true to yourself what you really want. And when the
Mm,
time comes that you actually want it, you're
mm,
not gonna tolerate the bullshit, then that's where you can actually survive the relationship kind of thing or the love thing. But before we go through that, there's a follow-up question for the forger, because you've kind of like put a lot of, not emphasizing, but more of like a lot of points when it comes to American. And I
mm,
want to know what the forger thinks about that. But I also want to like, like kind of like discuss what they're saying on the live chat. Cause like like one of like Dreaming Shi Kalya says she prefers Korean ladies. So, guys, yung mga nasa baba, gusto ko rin malaman kung ano yung mga preference nyo. Kasi dun ko rin kayo nakikilala kung sino-sino kayo, kung ano yung mga gusto ninyo, mga preference ninyo. Kasi gusto ko yan. Gusto ko nakikilala ko kayo ng gusto. Kaya ilagay nyo dyan kung ano yung mga preference kung meron kayo. And also, they were like saying like, because we're talking in English right now, so they're rooting for the forger. Like, go Philippines! Talk English. Like, really rooting for him, like the support. Because, like as I've said earlier, a lot of Filipinos know and understand English, but they're usually shy to speak it. So they're kind of proud of the forger because he's actually speaking in English. And I really appreciate that, the forger. Diba? Gustong gusto ko yan. Love na talaga kita, the forger. At dahil dyan, so Radi says he couldn't understand why a lot of people like Americans, right?
Hmm.
So for you, why do you think your preference is American? Paano mo ikakatwiran? Like, ano yung explanation behind why do you
Kasi
like
kung tawag
American?
dito, yung mga American lady, there's independency and they're very strong. I really like the ladies having like a power that having an equal with the men. If they can work, both of you will gain more money also. So I really like how American ladies call this one having like equality. That's why I really yun na, tama na yun, di ba?
So the equality. I think
Independence, yeah,
because
yeah. Independence,
yeah.
yeah. I really like that lady, like that one.
So
Hirapan ako
is it
ah.
because we come from the Philippines where the roles are kind of like
Yes. If you're a lady, you should only stay home, not go to work because man will provide like this. Because my sister is also working in Dubai. She's an independent lady and very strong. That's why I really like lady having like a equal and independent yun.
so
Mm,
I can tell that like forger is actually like they evolve because usually when it comes to Filipinos, and no offense to Filipinos because they're not all the same,
mm,
right? Like the forger is not the same mentality. But I do observe that as well. And then sa mga baba dyan, pwede kayong magsabi din kung ganito din yung naoobserbahan nyo guys. But I also feel like a lot, not a lot, but some, let's just say some Filipinos have that mentality where sometimes it's usually common nowadays, especially that women are the one who go out of the country to work and the man stays in the Philippines, and then they're the ones who actually kind of take care, fulfill the wife's responsibility, right? But at the same time, they don't find themselves equal to their partner still. Like they still find something, like there's the cheating thing going on because they would say like, well, you're not here, what about me? And the woman cannot complain about like, what about me? I'm here, doing what your responsibility are supposed to be. I didn't cheat, stuff like that. So the equality isn't there. So that's the thing that I feel like, like in the Philippines, it's still kind of backwards.
mm.
Like they'll pick what they like. And if it doesn't suit what they're doing wrong, then they kind of abolished the reasoning behind, stuff like that. You know what I mean? Ayan, 'di ba? Ayan, Tagalogin ko guys ha, kasi parang mali-mali yung English ko eh. I'm just gonna speak in Tagalog just to explain it broader in, the fellow Filipinos that, 'di ba guys, sa Pilipinas, 'di ba minsan usong-uso na ngayon, 'di ba, na yung mga babae yung nangingibang bansa, ta's maiiwan yung mga lalaki. Sila ngayon yung parang mag-aalaga. I mean, kudos to them. Sila yung pero 'di ba minsan halos yung mga lalaking naiiwan, sila pa yung malalakas ng loob na magsabing kaya sila nagloko kasi nga wala ka. Kumbaga kasali yun eh sa responsibility, 'di ba? Dahil hindi nagagawa yung responsibilidad ng asawa kasi wala nga doon in the first place. Bakit ba wala doon? 'Di ba dapat nga baliktad? So sometimes yung parang sa akin lang, parang pagdating sa ganong role, parang nakakalimutan nila yung ganong equality, 'di ba? So yun. Basta yun na yun. Kung may iba kayong pananaw, sabihin nyo dyan sa baba. Ayan. And Nelson says, I think the most important to a relationship is respect and love, no matter how different culture and belief you have. Of course, open communication and understanding are the other factors to consider.
Mm.
Well said. O, diba?
Yeah.
Sana all. Sana all
Communication.
my love life. So, so I'm not gonna I'm not gonna ask you guys your own private life, but like the question would be like, when it comes to love, have you ever been heartbroken? O, 'di ba? Yun na lang para walang specific, 'di ba?
Ano yun
Nothing
ulit?
private. Kung na-broken na ba ang inyong puso?
Ay, naisabi ko
It's
na
like
yun sa
with
iba.
me, 'di ba? Like kasi
Mm.
with me, like
But
because I'm a
wait,
woman.
but
Yes?
but I see you haven't told us your preferences. We don't know what
Yeah.
your preferences
Oh,
are.
What's your
okay.
preference for them?
I thought you never asked. Akala ko lusot na ako, guys, eh. I thought I already escaped that question. O, 'di ba? Oh, by the way, while me is saying, oh, biglang gano'n, men in the Philippines right now are the real marites. O, 'di ba? Saang sulok ka man ng bansa. So, yan. So, Wiley, like just a little glimpse of what Wiley is saying before I answer the question. We have this it's a trending now. We called marites. These are the gossipers. Like people who likes to talk about other people's lives. So we call them marites. So that's another Tagalog word for you, Radi. That's it. If you're still there, that's another word, Tagalog word for you guys. Like a lot of English speakers in the house. Ayan. Uy, designer ni Tab J, wala pa ba? Sorry naman. Ayan, yaw-yaw. Ako nang yaw-yaw dito. Chori-chori. Ayan. Meron na po, Tab J. Ayan. Tibak pa yan. Ayan. So, my preference, I've always liked Latinos. Like it's not like, I like some people would look Latinos even if they don't are part of that country. As long as you have that Latino kind of vibe, I think I'm into it when it comes to preference. But for me, the thing that actually kind of like bat my eye, like make me excited is like a dude that actually looks like a dude. Because for me nowadays, man wears yoga pants. As- you know, you know what I'm saying? Like I like a dude who acts like a dude. Like I want a real man, not macho, but like a man. Like when they say it's like alpha kind of. I don't like pussies. So I do have that. Wait, diba? I don't like that. So that's what I'm into. Like if you have like I like when it comes to preference Latino, but like if we're going through like the way you kind of explain your type of woman, I would explain it the same way as like with me. My weakness is hair. It's like if a dude has a long hair, it's almost like my eyes always like, who's that? Like with the long hair. It's like it's always like a thing. And I think I got it like when I was a kid. Like I grew up with, like, you know, those people who skates, they always have long hair. And like vocalist, like band vocalist, they will always have long hair. I think it's from that, you know, like from the media. I think that's where it come from. But if I'm looking for a man, I always want a man who's not fat, the same as you. I couldn't do it. It's like no offense meant sa mga matataba. It's just not me. The same as, you know, Radi. I couldn't. It's just I think it's because of my job. And I think it's because I see it as part of being lazy because you're not taking care of yourself. So I don't like that kind of mentality. No offense meant again. And the same thing is like I want a man who can stimulate my brain. Stimulate my brain. Tama ba yun, guys? Tama ba yung Madam Myla? Mali-mali ng English ko. Ayan. Somewhere where I can talk. You know, not stupid. You know, stuff like that. Somebody that actually can, you know, like talk deeper stuff or like can teach me stuff. That's how I am attracted to a man. Even how much they're macho or like how handsome they are, if they're a pussy, one, you know, if they couldn't fight, they don't know how to fight, and also they're dumb, it's a no no for me. I couldn't, can't handle that. Is that too much? You ask, I answer. Tanong ka eh, oh, diba? Is that good for an answer? Is that good enough for an answer? Too much?
Yeah, well,
Too much
it's your
information?
preference.
Yeah.
It's your preference, but I
Mm.
think we all have our preferences, and we have a right to love who we love. You know, sometimes, for instance, you just said now that you are into Latinos, and uh, somebody would say that you are maybe you know, maybe you are maybe prejudiced against another group, something like that. But you know, some people have a way of making you feel bad for
I
loving something that you love, and it's wrong. I believe that we should all we should all be honest with ourselves, and we should all pursue our inner desires, you know. So if that's your thing and you can express what you want, it's good. It's you, and there's nothing anyone can do or say about it, you know. It's also with me. I don't like, you know, a lady who's overweight, and you know, people would say that I am discriminating against people
see.
who are maybe fat, or you know, they call it the body sensitivity movement, or something like
Yes,
that,
body
which
fat
I think,
shaming.
yes, which I think is absurd. And I don't think anyone can force you to like something that you're not into. You know, there's even one that's more that's more ludicrous, where uh, transgender women feel that, you know, straight men should go for them because they now identify as women. I mean, how crazy is that? So I
Yes.
believe that anyone can really, like, I believe that everyone should go for who their heart desires.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
Mm.
how about you, Deforger? You're the only one who didn't answer this. Like, no offense meant, walang personalan dito, but do you think you can be able to love a person who's like obese,
Yeah, yeah.
overweight? Yeah.
Because I think sometimes love is blind if you meet this person already with a calm heart like this. So you can be in love with this lady.
Oh,
Mm.
'di ba? Ang bait ng
That's why
answer niya, guys.
loving someone, you will not tell even he's fat or thin, he's skinny if you love this lady, you will totally give your heart to.
So The thing is, like, this is always a question of mine, and it's always kind of like there's a different answer when I ask people. Like in the Philippines, they would always answer me like, well, they're my wife. So if they got fat or if they got overweight, then I would still love them, right? And I think that's given because they're the wife. But the thing is, that's why it seems like, when it comes to relationship and marriage, it's not being the love, the love that stays or that puts two together as a whole. I think it's more of a commitment now because it's almost like love is given. Like, no matter who you are, like at the end of the day, if you get older together, looks fade away and you're not going to be sexy anymore. So it's almost like given that's who you are. But at the same time, it's almost like how do you call that? It's almost like in my brain sometimes when people or like when guys or even like women cheat on their husband or wife, they always go for the different, the sexy or the macho, the good looking one. So it's almost like in my brain, then what is it? Then what really is it? Stuff like that. So that's why I kind of like do maybe it's the commitment thing.
Hmm.
It's not about love. They cheat because they don't have commitment. That's why I just feel like if you wanna be in a good relationship or like a good foundation, it's not about loving the person. It's about love is given, but it's gonna be about the commitment you're gonna put in it. Because love can fade. One day you're gonna wake up, you don't love the person anymore. But if there's a commitment to work on the relationship, then love could come back, right? So I think that's where, when I think about it. Agree ba kayo, guys? Tama ba yung observation ko?
Kaya,
Ayan. And of
kaya nga
course,
naman sabi nila ay pwede kang maging loyal sa partner mo. You can be loyal to your partner and you can flirt the other one. It's your loyal. But faithful is one, pag faithful naman, ibig sabihin, yung wala lang. Isang partner ka lang. You can be loyal, but cheat like this one. But because at the end of the day, you will go to your partner because you're loyal to your partner. Faithful, you can even your door is closed for everyone. You're just focusing to your partner.
oh, do you get that, Radi? Which one are you? So which
Loyal.
the two of you, which one are you? So, Radi, fast talk. Are you loyal or faithful?
Um, I really don't know the difference between the two, loyal or faithful. What's the difference between the two? I think I'd say I am loyal because having
Woo!
faith, because having faith in someone, um, you don't know whether this person would make the sacrifice, and I don't know if I'm really, I don't know how far I'm willing to sacrifice for someone else who isn't my mom or who isn't my dad, and I can't. So I'd say that I'm more loyal, that I'll always stick by your side and I'll always defend you if I have to. And I'd always give you whatever you need if I have it, if I have that which you need in abundance or if I have an excess of what that is, but it'll be faithful in someone. If I'm getting the definitions correctly, I don't think I think I'm more
I
of a
think
loyal
you
person.
did not. So,
Oh, okay.
according to the forger, so when it comes to the words that I think it's trending right now, like which one are you? when he was saying about loyal, and this is the first time I've heard about this too. So, sabi mo kung tama ako, the
Mm.
forger, ah. So when you say loyal, like you
You
can
was,
have a lot of girls, like side girls, like booty calls and stuff like that. But you're always going to come home to your wife because you're loyal to her. But you're gonna have side girls. You're gonna flirt, you're gonna, stuff like that. So the difference
okay.
between the faithful is like it's just her. Even though there's so many girls that want you, you're not gonna look at them or you're not gonna entertain them because you're faithful to your
Yes.
wife. So you're saying you're loyal. So you're gonna have
Oh, okay.
girls.
Okay, no, let me no, let me correct
Is that
that.
correct?
No,
Did I understand that
um,
correct?
no. Let me correct that. I am faithful with a bit of loyalty. That's what I'm
With a
saying.
twist of loyalty.
I like that. He's honest. I like that. I like that. I really like that.
I
Good
think that's
job.
how. I think honestly, I think that's how every guy is. It'll be totally faithful to one woman for 15, 20 years without making a blunder. If those people do exist, I do commend them. But honestly, sometimes you see a very beautiful girl and you guys connect and things happen, and but it's not something that I'm promoting, or it's not something that I want to pass off as positive. It's obviously bad, but there always will be someone who's more good looking than your partner, and it may lead to other things you were saying, but the main partner, your one and only, is the one that you are with. That's how I see it.
So before we get through the chat room, so how about you, the forger? Loyal or faithful?
Because now maybe I'm loyal.
I'm pretty sure. You know what, guys? I'm pretty sure if I ask the forger first before Radi, he would say he's faithful. But now that Radi is saying these things, he's going into a safe zone. Like I
I
think I'm
changed my
loyal.
mind now.
Yeah.
And
So
I
is
and, and
if
I see.
there
What
are
about you? Are you loyal or faithful?
Are you faithful?
the thing is it's like I think it depends on the partner that I have. That's why I don't like possessive guys. Because it's like it's almost like, like if you're a possessive person, like I think in the Philippines, like the experiences I've had and the observations I get, it's like you're just being friendly. Sometimes it equivalents to like I wanna fuck them or something, right? But it's not the deal. So I think it depends on who I'm partnered with. So if they think of those things as bad, then I would say I'm faithful. Like I don't give a shit about this. Like if you tell me like this person, then I would avoid it. But at the same time, I'm the point of my life where I don't like that. It's just too much drama. Like being a possessive man or woman is not really good. So I think for me, I like to tell myself I'm loyal because sometimes, like I like talk, I like conversations, right? So sometimes it depends on your partner. He might think that I'm, flirting around. But at the same time, it's just me talking. I'm not doing anything. So it's almost like I don't know. But I would say this. Lagi sinasabi to, pokpok man ako sa paningin niyo, pero isang tao lang pinagpopokpokan ko. 'Di ba? Sa Tagalog. Gano'n ako. So I would say I am faithful. Yeah. So I don't. And especially if it's like, like I've said this before. I sometimes knew if the guy wants to talk to me and they want something else, right? And if I'm in a, like, for example, I'm in a relationship and it's like I don't see us going anywhere, I would be blunt. Like, you know, you're a friend and it would always stay that way. So it's more like that. Or I wouldn't even talk to you. I wouldn't even entertain you if I'm in a relationship. That's why I would say I'm a faithful bitch. Get it? Oh, basta ganun guys. Yun na yun. Ayan. And
So
yeah, let's read something, okay? Nelson Bryan Unlimited says the best characteristics of Canadian, they always say sorry no matter how petty mistake they make. Yes, I believe that. Canadians are nice. They're the nice ones. They always say like the nice Americans. They would always say that. And Jeroming says the harsh thing is there are people out there that set to make people obese. Hmm. You have to, like explain that. I don't understand. I and Wailami says, Dean, if you are watching right now, diba, diba naka dyan? Ayan. Wailami, it's they are called feeders. They meet a girl and slowing feed or eat a lot, and before she knows it, she is heavy, and it then turns to obesity.
I think the term is
Oh,
bullying. Yeah, like bullying. They're bullying this stress eating.
oh, hmm. I think it's also like one of like there are guys that are actually he's sleepy. Are you sleepy, Radi? There are actually guys you have to take a nap now, Radi. Ayan, there's like guys that actually prefer like overweight. Like I actually heard that in Africa. Like
no,
they
no, no,
think
no, 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 no,
like
no, no.
some part.
Yes, let me tell you something about these documentaries.
Yes,
People
please.
love, you know, National Geographic and all these documentaries portray Africa. They would take such a small part of Africa and want to make it seem that it's everyone. I've seen where, some tribe somewhere in some civilization in Africa where they actually love these big women and they see them they see their body shape to be a size of wealth. I mean, how absurd is that? I've seen I've seen documentaries in Africa where the natives of those people eat baboons and drink dog urine and the most disgusting things, and these people would say that it's us. It's not us. Um, we we love women who are curvy. Now, there's a difference between obese and curvy. Obese means that you are large and you have excess weight around you and you really are shapeless. But being curvy means that you are slightly fat on the right areas of your body, meaning your hips and your
Right
bum
areas.
and your breasts. But it's totally different from being fat and obese. So us African men loving fat, obese people. That's a wrong misconception. And these documentaries that we sometimes see on YouTube are very absurd. You know, it's ridiculous. It's very ridiculous. Or perhaps maybe I'm different from other Africans. Who knows? But I don't see how anyone would find that attractive. And I'm really saying this as honestly as I can without trying to offend anyone who might be watching the stream. But being obese is bad, and there's definitely a difference between being obese and being curvy, and they're not the same.
I agree. No, I definitely agree. And that's the thing. I've always said this as well. Like, I'm not promoting like the becoming physically and mentally fit because I want to promote sexiness like other, influencers out there. Like, look at me, I'm sexy. I'm promoting this in a way because being overweight, being obese, you're actually entertaining different diseases. That's where it comes from. It's like if you're obese, it's automatically that you're gonna have like heart attack. You're gonna have diabetes. It's all kind of like twins. It's gonna come. So that's what I'm trying to promote. And having a nice figure, it's almost like a bonus. Because then you can look at yourself and like wear anything you want to wear because it looks good. It's just a bonus. But the thing is, it's being the healthy. And I think I actually thought that the pandemic would open the eyes and open the mind of a lot of people because overweight is one of like the underlying conditions that you might die when you get corona, but it's almost like it's a different thing. So I think those are the things that I want to kind of share awareness. I'm not talking about overweight
Yes.
as shaming you guys. It's just about telling you it's bad.
Mm.
Stop it.
Yes. Actually, I have a story to tell. I'm actually remembering it now that we're talking about body sizes. I remember back in high school, there used to be an exchange student from South Korea, and and what was surprising was that it was the first time that I met someone from someone who wasn't Indian, someone who wasn't white, someone who had those stretched eyes. It was the first time meeting someone like that with your kind of skin, and I remember that she had, she and apart from that day, the only people who were Asian that I saw were people on TV. And, usually the women would be in these karate martial arts movies and they'd be very skinny
Stereotype.
yes, and they'd be very bones and skinny. And that's how I thought it was. I accepted it for who it was because that's the only exposure that I got from those kinds of people. And so I remember back in high school, there was a program where students from South Korea came to various schools in South Africa to come and learn the English language. And I remember there's one particular South Korean girl, and she wasn't that good in English, but I remember the shape of her body, and I remember looking at her and like, wow, is this how they look in South Korea? you know, and there were actually a few. There were ones who had a small frame, but there were ones who were a bit big, who were a bit, curvy. And I think that's where my interest began. So definitely we Africans love curvy girls, but curvy and fat, they definitely not the same.
So how about you, the forger? When we talk about like preference when it comes to body, like what type of body do you want it with your woman?
For me, I will tell still fit, having like a
Hmm?
fit body. But
Oh,
I will tell you, I think it's elementary. I fall in love with a little bit chubby lady. I really love how he comfort like this one, how he hug me. I really love it. It's too much big lady. It's very big lady. Yeah,
you
just an elementary time.
But I
Yeah,
see, I see.
yeah.
I think the Ford is an example of people who maybe love fat women. I think we just need to accept that there maybe are people like him who love fat women. I think
Hmm.
the Ford
no,
is
there
an
is.
example of that.
Yes.
Because if I will tell you, if your heart see this lady is already like if you fall in love like a it's like a glance, and you fall in love already, even he's thin or fat, you will give your heart to that lady.
And I think, like
Yeah.
the forger, like the way like because I've known him for quite a while now, I think the forger is more of like emotional type of guy.
A
Like
little
she
bit
doesn't,
sensitive,
diba? He doesn't really look like, like the way, like there are men out there who doesn't look on the outside, not being like, no offense, because I'm the same way. Like I always kind of like, well, it has to be like presentable, like I don't want to be with someone who's not presentable, but it's just me. But there's also like a lot of women and men the same way, that they're more emotional when they connect to somebody. It doesn't matter how do they look. And I think with the forger, I think that's why he's more into like if it felt good for him. This is just how I read the forger. Kung
Mm.
babasahin kita, the forger. He's the type of guy, like if he's in love with you, he's in love with you, and that's it. No questions asked. It's just the way it is. He connects with you, stuff like that. And then there's other guys that are like you and me. So many application form, diba?
Well, I
Parang
see. I see. With me, I feel like if I were to, find someone attractive, then I'm gonna put my best foot forward. Um, I work out. Um, I take care of myself. I put on cologne, and cologne is very costly. I'm someone who's very career orientated. I'm even thinking of moving abroad to make more money. And if I come in this fashion and I'm coming to you, you should also present your best self to me. You know, saying it shouldn't be that I'm coming with 100% and you're coming with 50, and I'm supposed to accept, you not putting your all, and I'm supposed to accept that. For me, I kind of see it as an insult. So um, that's just how I am. If I'm gonna go for someone, she really has to be well put together. She really has to be someone who knows what she wants in life. She has to be someone who's proud of herself. I've heard horror stories of people who maybe aren't proud of their identity or ethnicity, and they have been with a lot of men, and those kinds of stories. I'm one person. Before I decide to commit or to love you, I first judge, what's on the outside, and I also judge you based on your history and your past, and so that it may be comfortable for me to say, okay, you've done this and that, okay, can I handle that? I think for me that's important. I'm not the kind of person who believes in love at first sight and love someone with your whole life from the get go. No, 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 no. Doesn't work with that.
Ako ang dami ko
But
palang matututunan, Deforger. So I'm just telling Deforger,
Yes.
you're gonna have a lot to learn from Radi. We're gonna have to like, like we have to like kind of like talk to Deforger so that no one would take advantage of Deforger. 'Di ba? 'Di ba, Deforger? Parang feeling ko lang, 'di ba, sa mga past relationships mo, nate-take advantage ka kasi you seems to be nice,
Yan nga
like
yung word daw tawag dito. Pagka masyado ka mabait
hey
daw.
guys, I really have to go. Thanks for the chat, no?
Okay. Thank you, thank you.
thank you, Reddy.
Bye
We had a
bye.
very
Yeah.
good time. Always come back if you feel like mwah, 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 mwah. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Bye.
Stay safe. Bye-bye. Nakakatuwa yan.
So,
Pahinga na tayo,
gugulong ko
mag-Tagalog.
dun na. Ang hirap
Ang sakit na ng panga ko.
Hindi,
Ayan.
yung pa
Eto
sinasabi ko
guys.
nga, ayos tawag dito. Kung sobra ka daw mabait, yun nga, take advantage ka. Halos, naman, kasi ayoko din kasi, sabi ko, good karma lang naman lagi yung babalik sa'yo, even yun ka. Kaya, okay lang ako maging, tawag dito, magparaya, or dayain man nila ako. At least, sa akin, yung nangyayari sa buhay ko ngayon, maganda yung one tawag dito, yung lahat, career ko, yung trabaho ko, dahil sa pagiging tawag dito, given ko sa family ko, friends ko, anyone na manghingi sa akin ng tulong or donation, ganyan, nagbibigay ako kasi malaki yung karma na bumabalik sa'yo.
Oh.
Good karma.
Pero alam mo,
Yung,
pero alam mo, The Forger, naku, aalagaan kita, The Forger. Andito lang ako, ha. Sampalin ko yung babaeng yan kapag minalukak ka. Ayan. Pero ang dami kasi dito, gustong-gusto ko ng basahin kanina. Sabi ni Wailami, loyalty is the outcome. Faithfulness is the process. Gustong-gusto ko yung mga sinasabi kasi ni Wailami, di ba? Loyalty is continuous patronage to something or someone no matter what, faithfulness, no matter what. Tuloy-tuloy. Faithfulness is trying to be loyal to someone, something, no matter what. Nako, ang ano niyan, ang deep naman yan, Wailami, sumakit ang ulo. Ayan, at syempre andito na, 'di ba, si Sir Pinoy Galaan. Sorry
Tagalog.
naman, sir. Ayan, medyo
Maganda
napasarap
naman, no?
yung explanation, eh. Ayan, 'di ba? Ang dami niyang mga points na parang hindi mo maiisip, 'di ba, na, "Ay, oo nga 'no." 'Di ba? Pero gusto ko siya kasi kumbaga prangka din.
Oo.
Kumbaga ito yun, 'di ba? Saka marami siyang sinasabi na talagang ilang beses ko na rin yan sinabi dito sa live stream ko na sa mga babae especially, hindi kayo pwede mag-settle for less. 'Di ba? Huwag kayo masyadong maging komportable. Kasi yun yung observation ko, 'di ba? Minsan kasi may mga lalaki sa Pilipinas na nakuha yung babae na sexy sila, kumbaga presentable sila, tapos nung tumaba, nagloko. Tapos yun yung sinisisi. So para sa akin, para hindi mangyari yun, which is para din naman sa ating mga babae,
Parang
alagaan
prevention na rin yan.
natin. 'Di ba? Ayan. Ayan, Buhay 88, isa sa pinaka-wish ko mapuntahan ang Zanzibar. Naku, hindi ko alam yan, pero maganda yung pinuntahan niya talaga. Island. And men are born polygamous. Yes, that's why, yun nga yung katulad ng sinabi ko, hindi yun love eh. Pag pumasok ka sa kasal or anything relationship, especially marriage, I think hindi yun yung love. Ang papasok doon is yung commitment. Committed ka ba talaga? Kasi yung love pwedeng di ba, mag-switch on and off. Di ba? Men are very kind to share many things about life, specifically, di ba, Bisaya na naman, specifically in beds. Di ba? Isa yan, si Sir Galaan, mahilig mag-share. At dahil dyan, huwag niyong kalimutan, guys. Ayan, January 29, ayan, magkakaroon tayo ng part 3, guys. Part 3 ng Let's Talk About Sex. Ayan, part 3 na po yan, guys. January 29, 11 p.m. Philippine Standard Time. Kaya abangan niyo po yan, guys. Diba? Nakakatuwa. With the Forger, libre ka ba ng ganyang oras?
Hindi ko nga alam pa. Kasi papalit-palit schedule ko ngayon. Ang dami ko kasing niasikaso.
Diba? Hindi kita matanong ng let's talk about sex eh. Ayan yung panahon. Gigil
Kaya
na
nga
gigil.
pasipot na lang ako eh. Kasi minsan, schedule ko ngayon. Buti nga, na-cancel yung travel ko pupunta ng Miswa kasi may ayusin ako na shop nun. Kasi opening na launching ng window. Kailangan namin nung last na sa city center ako. Ngayon sa shop ko. Tapos sa Niswa dapat ako ngayon. Na-cancel kasi nag-positive yung one doon na mo doon. Kaya di na ako nag-travel papunta.
Diba? Pati si Tab J nag-i-English. Tingnan mo. Loyalty is the best policy. Faithful is the key to succeed. Diba? Ay, ang galing-galing naman ni Tab J. Hindi. Diba? Sabi ko nga Tab J eh. Magaling mag-English yan si Tab J. Ayaw niya lang ilabas. Bochok, do you naintindihan that? Diba? Nakakaloka. Pasilip naman ng Zanzibar. Anong pasilip? Hindi ko na-gets. Ayan. When it's all physical, it's a car crash waiting to happen, or you end up unleashing the Dragon Queen. Naku, mukhang malalim ibig sabihin yan. Just roaming, you have to explain what that means to us. O, diba? Co-host, I guess, ay naku, wala na pala. Understand from your Oo, South Africa siya, Sir Galaan. Ayan, Shangsi TV, mega mega love shout out. Thank you naman. Ayan, Shangsi. Mwah, 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 mwah,
Mega
mwah.
love, shout
Ayan
out.
guys, 'di ba? Thank you Shangsi. And syempre andyan na rin si Christian Andulan. Ayan, thank you Christian. Mwah, 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 mwah. Pwede ba umakyat ng topless? Naku, baka mapalo tayo, Sir Galaan, pag topless. Mas maganda na yung safe, 'di ba? Ayoko mapalo. Kasi meron akong January 29, let's talk about sex. Baka 2 beses ako mapalo niyan ngayong buwan. Damit ka muna, sir. 'Di ba? And sino pa ba diyan? Wow, sana all inaalagaan. Kaya mo yan, itlog. O, 'di ba? Buti na lang ako, mataba nakuha ni Inday. Parang gusto ko mag-guess ng part 3 na yan. Ayan, pag-usapan natin yan, Sir Galaan. Ayan, pag-usapan natin yung mga ganyang bagay. Ayan, pero part 3 is on the way. Ayan, abangan niyo yan. Pero ano yung mga points niya before tayo mag-end the forger? Ano yung mga points niya na parang sa ngayon na pag-iisipan mo na hindi mo naisip?
Yung points niya tawag dito, kasi kung gusto niya na parang ibigay yung 100% yung sarili niya, kaya nag-workout siya, ganito. Ba't hindi ibigay ng magiging partner man niya? Yun yung isang points na nakakawag ko sa kanya. No, wait din.
Oh, 'di ba? Nakita ko yung mukha mo kaya ako yung tinanong eh.
Kaya tinutulungan.
Oo,
Pwede
parang
naman
lahat
kasi,
ng
oo. Oo.
'di ba?
Hmm.
Oo, nabasa ko 'yan, 'di ba? Pero hindi, kumbaga hindi mo ba naiisip 'yon kasi siyempre 'di ba darating yung panahon na gusto mo na ring mag-settle down. So kumbaga, sabi mo nga kanina, minsan yun talaga yung nangyayari, yung parang tini-take advantage ka. So sa ngayon, 2022 na, ano yung mga ginagawa mo para sa sarili mo na hindi mo na gagawin ulit?
Yung tawag dito, halos one kasi tawag dito, baka di na ako magpapautang. Ang hirap maningil.
Ayun!
Nahiya ako maningil eh.
Ay uy, pero totoo yan.
Ang
Ako
hirap
ang aga
maningil.
ko natutunan. Ang aga ko natutunan yan. Ayoko magpautang. 'Pag magpapautang kunwari may uutang, 'di ba? Ta's nahihiya kang humindi. Kasi 'di ba nasa kultura natin 'yan. Parang nakakahiya humindi. So ang sasabihin ko na lang, hindi na kita pauutangin, pero bibigyan kita nito. Kung ano lang yung kaya ko ibigay na hindi ko na i-expect na babalik. 'Wag mo na akong bayaran, sa'yo na 'yan. Pero 'wag mo na ako utangan.
Oo,
Ganun
yun
na
din
lang.
yung ganun na lang din ginagawa ko minsan doon sa mga nangungutang kasi masali yung mga kamag-anak. Sa'yo pautang ng ganito, sabi ko. Kaya minsan, ang hirap maningil kung kailangan mo yung pera, na ikaw naman nangangailangan ng pera. Ang hirap, sila paggalit sa'yo.
Oo, 'di ba?
Oo.
Hugot.
Ba't ka ganyan, ganito?
Oo. Katulad ni Sir Galaan, sabi niya, magandang matutunan yan, hindi na magpautang. Ayusin mo yan, oo. Kasi sa umpisa talaga mahirap. Kasi kumbaga parang nakatattoo na sa ating mga Pilipino, nakakahiya humindi. Tas meron pa diyan yung friends mo sa Facebook for a long, long time. Hindi marunong mag-like, hindi marunong, pero one time maghe-hello. Ang kasunod pautang. Oh, 'di ba? Nakilala ka na. Mabwisit kayo. Kilala mo lang ako 'pag mangungutang ka, pero 'pag ni-ho, hindi mo ako kilala. Ako magpapautang ng one night kahit walang bayaran. Punyeta. Kaloka 'to, 'di ba? Yes, you're right, the forger, oh, 'di ba, Tab J? Hirap maningil. as of now, di pa bayad, almost 1 year na. Nasa 45,000 pa. Agoy!
Laki ng pera. Oh,
Sakit
grabe.
niyan. Diba? Pero
Okay lang
ikaw,
mga kanina, tawag dito, mga 5,000, 2,000, 45,000 yun.
pero ano yung pinakamalaking na pautang mo?
Hindi naman sa pautang kasi nag-finance ako dun sa pinsan ko. Almost spend ko ng 100,000 pesos.
Wow.
Finance for the business na mag-business kami, ganito. Ang kon ko lang sa kanya, ikon yung business niya. Ako na magbibigay ng financial. Then after a year like this, ganito, ni 2 years wala bumalik sa akin. Ang gusto ko lang sana mangyari, ibigay niya lang yung capital ko kahit nawala ng tubo. Pagka nabayaran niya ako, sa kanya yung machine, lahat. Hindi ko na kukunin. Yung bala ko. Pero almost 3 years, 2 years, wala ni piso ang bumalik sa akin.
Ouch. Tapos, ano pa yun? Yun yung masakit eh.
Oo,
Pagpangit.
pinsan mo pa na, kasi pinsan ko na sobrang close ko yun eh, kaya yun ko din na ganun. Siya
O,
nagpalaki
diba?
sa
Take
akin.
advantage.
Hmm.
Diba? Yun yung sinasabi ko sa inyo, guys. Kaya matuto kayong humindi. Matuto kayong mag-no.
Kahit na masakit.
Kasi,
Hindi.
diba? Kahit hindi kasi, alam mo sa totoo lang, nung natutunan kong humindi, dun ko nalaman kung sino yung mga totoong tao. Doon lumabas. Kung sino yung mga totoong tao. Tapos, doon nagkaroon ng, yung wala ng drama sa buhay ko. Kasi wala na. Kumbaga, hindi mo pinautang, nagalit sa'yo, edi umalis na sa buhay mo, di ba?
Blinak ka na sa
Ako
Facebook
naman,
na.
nalimutan ko na lang din. Di ba? Tapos wala nang, hayaan mo siya dyan, di ba? Marites na lang siya sa buhay ko, pero at the same time, hindi na siya nag-i-exist sa surroundings ko. Kaya masarap. Try nyo guys, try nyo minsan. Sarap sa pakiramdam. Pero ano pa? Ayan, ano pang mga kakailanganin mong parang para sa'yo ngayon?
Kasi wala namang ganun. New solution ko, gusto ko mag-travel pa na mag-travel. Gusto ko mag-travel. Yung gagawin ko this 2022.
Kung mag-open ng border.
Oh, ano?
Kulang na nga lang yung bagahe ko eh. Diba? Nakahanda na siya dyan.
Pero gusto ko talaga puntan yung Korea talaga. Yun yung gusto ko.
Oh.
Yung
Baka naman kasi nandun si forever.
Sana nga nandun Koreano na naman.
Koreano talaga. Pag nagkaanak kayo talagang magmumukhang yun, Koreano. Kasi parehas kayong parang may features. Pag pinaputi kita the forger, feeling ko mukha kang Koreano.
Hindi kasi lolo kasi half Chinese kaya ganun.
Kaya pala. Ayan. Ito naman si Tabj. Ako kasi, di ako marunong humindi. Basta't meron ako. Ay nako, isa ka pa Tabj. Ayan.
Kaya yung mga sobrang bait nga inaabuso talaga.
Oo. Sige, dito lang kayo. Punta-punta kayo dito hanggang sa pumasok yung bunganga ko. Makulitan kayo sa akin. Ayan, maging pangit yung ugali nyo katulad ko, sabi nila. Sabi nila pangit na ugali ko. Ayaw ko magpautang. Ay bakit ba? Nagtatrabaho ko hindi para sa kanila, 'di ba? Hindi ako nagtatrabaho para utangin niyo yung pera ko. Tapos di niyo ako babayaran. Pag singilan ako pa mahirapan. Ulul. Nek niyo. Ayoko nga. 'Di ba? Hindi kasi nila naiisip 'yun.
Expect kasi nila pagka nasa abroad ka, marami kang pera. Maraming resibo.
'Di ba?
Oo.
Totoo. 'Di ba? Yun yung number 1 na talaga napapansin ko na parang 'pag umutang, porket alam nilang marami ka o mas nakakaangat ka, parang feeling nila, sinabi mo nga utang eh, 'di ba? Utang, hindi mo naman
Okay,
hiningi.
pahingi na lang sana eh.
'Di ba? Yun nga at saka yung isa pa yun yung napag-uusapan din namin dito yung utang na loob. Kumbaga sa dapat sinabi mong utang pala yan, 'di ba? Hindi naman pala tulong, nagkaroon pa akong utang na loob. Yung mga ganung bagay.
Yung pinakamahirap bayaran utang na loob eh. Panghabang buhay na yan eh.
'Di ba? Kasi kumbaga 'pag tumulong ka, tulong yun. Ngayon
Oo.
tatanawin kung utang na loob yun. Pero wag mong pabayaran. Dapat sinabi mo nung tinulungan mo ko, utang pala
Utang na
yan,
loob mo na 'to, ah.
'di ba? Dinresuhan mo yung tulong mo, eh, di sana nakapagbayad ako, 'di ba? Kaya ayoko
Tama.
talaga ng utang.
Kaya makikita mo ngayon tunay na tao pagka yung mga ganyan, pera na yung usapan. Pera-pera.
Ako may rules ako sa mga kaibigan ko, sa mga nagiging kakilala ko. Pagdating sa pera, huyo tayo sa isa't isa, ha? Wala tayong ano, gusto mong may makikinig sa'yo, andito lang ako. Sige lang, pulutin kita. Pero pagdating sa pera, walang utangan. Kasi diyan talaga nagkakamitsya-mitsya
Oo,
pagdating sa
mawawala
pera.
yung pagkakaibigan niyo dahil lang sa pera na yun.
'Di ba? Talagang minsan may gano'n, eh. Nakakalungkot man isipin, may gano'n talaga. Uy, si Tab J, ano na siya guys, ayan. Tapos na siya ng 500 admin ko, hindi ba na ano yan, na-update? Road to 1,000 na yan si Tab J.
Uy. Ayaw
Testang
pala
ko
si
lang.
na yata, money na yata si Tom J.
Hindi pa, hindi pa.
Hindi pa.
Hindi pa siya. Pero nag-e-LS na siya, o 'di ba?
Oo.
Meron na siyang setup. Ano pa
Sana
yan,
wag
may
sana wag siya mawala kagaya ni Bear Fox na nag-money nawala na.
ay, oo nga. 'Di ba?
Sayang kay Bear
Si
Fox,
Bear hindi, si ano naman, ang pinagkaiba lang nila ni Bear Fox, si Tab J, 'wag lang 'tong ma-burnout. Tingin ko kay Tab J, nag-e-enjoy naman siya sa live stream. Ewan ko nga, eh, kung saan nakaakyat 'to si Tab J, hindi nanghihingi ng hagdan, eh. Mukhang may inakyatan 'tong nakaakyat yan sa iba. Hindi humihingi ng hagdan, nung isang araw humingi siya hagdan, eh, may guest ako, 'di ba? Ngayon puwedeng umakyat, ayaw niya umakyat. Pero ano siya, naka V8 o may OBS pa yan. Oo,
Ready na.
ready na siya. Ang ganda na ng ano niya, background niya. Dati may mga nakalambitin pang bra. Ngayon updated ang setup niya ni Tab J. Upgraded na yan. Kaya guys, mahalin yan si Tab J. Napaka-supportive din yan. Nakakatuwa. 'Di ba? Sir, baka hindi mo pa kilala yan si Tab J. Nakakatuwa yan. 'Di ba? Ampunin mo naman. Ay. Pero ayun, kumain ka na ba? The
Mamaya
Forger.
na ako magbe-breakfast, mga magluto na ako.
Ay wow!
May pressure cooker
Breakfast
lang
pa
naman
lang?
ako. Pressure cooker ko lang.
Breakfast pa lang?
Ha?
'Di ba 6 PM na?
8 na dito. 8 PM na.
Oh, bakit breakfast?
Ay, breakfast ba? Yung oras ko kasi, kung na pala dinner na pala ako.
Oo.
Hindi ko na alam yung ano, oras,
Nagulat
eh.
ako, 'di ba? Pero anong lagi mong madalas kinakain ngayon, The Forger?
Kasi nagka-brown rice ako, eh, brown rice, tapos nagkaroon ako
Ay
ng
wow!
chicken tsaka mga beans. Yung gagawin ko dun sa beans, ko siya, lalagyan ko siya ng olive oil, tapos seasoning, lalagyan ko sa foil, tapos lalagyan ko sa air fryer. Magiging
Ay,
parang
oo nga
steam
pala,
siya.
may air fryer ka na.
Air fryer na lang kasi
Masyado.
kasi kung nagluluto ako lagi, oras tsaka yung time ko, wala akong ganong time ngayon. Dati kasi nagluluto pa ako dun sa kabilang bahay kasi may sila nanay, pagka nagluluto ako ng madami para salo-salo kain. Dito wala naman ako karon, eh, ka-roommate na Pilipino, mga ibang lahi, mga Indiano, yung mga roommate ko dito.
Ay, ang sarap magluto ng mga 'yan. Eh, di ang
Puro
dami mong
kanin,
ano,
maanghang
'di
ayoko.
ba? Ay, hindi ka kumain maanghang?
Ayoko
Ay,
ng maanghang.
ay bakit? Parang feeling ko kumakain ka ng maanghang,
Hindi
hindi
ko
pa.
lang yung saktong anghang lang, pero ayoko yung kasi minsan yung luto nila sobrang anghang na hindi mo na makain, yung umaapoy na yung
Ay
bunganga mo.
totoo,
Kailangan ko may tubig ako
ayun
lagi
kasi,
pagkakain ako ng spicy food, may tubig ako.
'di ba?
Oo.
Ayan, eto may sinasabi si Tab J, nagsusumbong. Na-realize ko din, now I know na kung gaano kahirap maningil kasi nung ako nangangailangan, wala akong malapitan kaya dun ako nagka-idea. Kaya as of now, ayaw ko na talaga magpautang. naranasan ko ring umutang dahil wala nang masingil. Agoy, yun yung sinasabi ko, 'di ba? Kaya ayoko talaga ng kaya minsan talaga yun yung sinasabi ko, huwag kayong magpapautang, especially kung alam niyong wala na kayong maise-save sa bangko na para sa inyo.
Huwag kayong
Kung gusto
mangutang
niyong
kung mabait kayo.
magpautang, yun, totoo yan. Eh, kung katulad ko kayo, maya't mayain ko talaga yung utang ninyo. 5:00 pa lang ng umaga nandiyan na ako sa bahay ninyo.
Nakarinig sabi mo ngayon, ha? Bayad ka ngayon.
Bayad ka ngayon, 'Pag ayaw mo magbayad, amin na yung bahay, yung titulo ng bahay mo. Saka mo kunin yung titulo kapag bayad ka na, 'di ba? Gano'n ako, bahala kayo guys. Kaya walang utangan, hindi niyo ako maiisahan. Pagdating sa pera, huyo tayo sa isa't isa. Kumbaga gano'n lang, kaysa sa magkasamaan kayo ng loob, 'di ba? Gano'n na lang ako, ayan. Pero ayan, The Forger, maraming salamat talaga, ha. It's always a fun 'pag nandito ka, tuwang-tuwa ako. Ang sarap mo kakwentuhan talaga. And
Na-nosebleed na ako
siyempre
do'n.
bago ka umalis,
Pinahamak mo
ha?
ako. Pinahamak mo ako.
Hoy, wow! Pero nakakatuwa, 'di ba? Ang galing. Hindi kumbaga para talagang yung 'yun, yung kasi
Parang
'di ba
talk show
minsan
ba ginawa mo?
madalang. Hindi din, tsaka yung madalang kasi
Hmm.
yung tipo ng tao na 'pag ayan na yung English, parang, "Sige bababa na lang ako." Pero ikaw talaga show must go on ka din. Kaya 'di ba sayang na hindi mo talaga kumbaga hindi ka makapag full-time hindi man full-time, pero yung nawawalan ka ng oras sa YouTube.
Hmm.
Kasi kumbaga may potential talaga na ma-e-enjoy mo ang live stream. Ta's magkakaroon ka rin ng sarili mong community,
Nag-con
'di
nga
ba?
ako, mag-on na sana dapat ako, give up na rin ako, pero sila Josa, sila na i-continue ko lang daw. Sila, sila Mr. Killer.
Yes.
I-continue mo na kahit napasulyap-sulyap daw, okay lang yan.
Oo, at saka
Yeah.
yung content mo, yung pagdo-drawing mo, hindi
Hmm.
ko lang alam kung sino yun, pero siya parang half Filipino lang ay hindi half, pero parang immigrant siya. Tapos ngayon dati iba yung parang nurse siya sa Amerika. Tapos pero ang hobby niya yung hobby mo, gumawa ng
Hmm.
drawing. Tapos ini-edit niya lang yun, yung kumbaga eto yung umpisa ta's eto na yung dulo. Kung paano niya ginawa, yung parang mabilisan. Ang dami
Oo.
niya kayang followers,
Madami naman po
ang dami
yung
niyang
tawag dito
subscribers.
sa parang group namin sa Facebook, yung mga tawag dito, Pinoy Guhit yata yun. Halos lahat ng
Mm.
mga doon, mga talented, mas magaling pa sa akin, mga Pilipino artist na mga bata. Ang gagaling mag-drawing. Kakabilib nga sila,
'Di
sabi ko.
ba?
Oo, nag-upload sila sa TikTok, sa YouTube. Marami rin sila mga followers eh. Yung makita mo yung
'Di
mga,
ba kasi
mga bata
kumbaga
pa lang may talent na eh.
'di ba?
Kaya
Kasi
nakaka-inspire.
kumbaga sa yung sa'yo talaga kumbaga parang hobby.
Hmm.
Tapos tutok mo lang yung camera, ta's mamaya 'pag may oras ka i-edit mo lang,
Oo.
upload mo. Kasi hindi mo talaga masasabi. May makaka-appreciate at makaka-appreciate talaga. Yung iba nga nanonood, naglalaro lang yung iba, 'di ba?
Hmm.
Siyempre kapag gusto nila ng drawing, ang papanoorin nila yung nagdo-drawing lang, 'di ba? Yung ano ba yung last na in-upload mo? Yung parang nagpipintura ka ata nun?
Oo, ako nagpe-paint ako ng room.
Oh, yun. Kumbaga hindi nung inaano ko nga yun, hindi ko alam nakatutok na yung parang wala naman nag-zone out ka lang, nag-zone out na lang ako. Ay, tapos na pala. Yung parang gano'n kasi 'di ba may gano'n? Minsan may mga group chat na yung parang nakaka-relax. 'Di ba yung iba
Hmm.
yung pagpapaputok ng tigyawat,
Oo,
'di ba?
copy.
May mga gano'ng weird na tao na gusto lang
Nakakadiri pero gusto mong panoorin, eager na eager ka
oo.
panoorin.
Oo, kasi nakaka-relax,
Hmm.
'di ba? Ta's may mga gano'n. So, yung 'pag kunwari nagpipinta ka, siyempre nakikita mo yung pintor, nakikita mo yung kung anong ginagawa. Parang wala lang, nakaka-relax lang, hindi mo alam tapos na pala, mga gano'n. So, kung may nakaka-appreciate ng gano'n, idiretso mo lang
Hmm.
siyempre. Kasi hindi mo masabi, 'di ba? Nakaka-relax ka ng ibang tao hindi mo alam. 'Di ba? Pinapanood ka lang. Pinagpapantasyahan ka na pala, oh, 'di ba? Nakatitig lang sa ano mo, sa puwet mo na 'di ba, ayan. Pero ayan, sabihin mo sa'min kung saan ka ba namin matatagpuan, ayan. Siyempre yung Facebook lahat-lahat siyempre.
Oo.
Ay, oo nga pala, yung nakakalimutan ko kunin yung ano, yung tawag dun, paano ba kunin sa Facebook yun?
Yung
Yung
sa taas yata yung tawag dito,
sa taas ba
your
yun?
sa yung address ba?
Andun ba yun sa ano mo, about? Dapat nilalagay mo yun sa about mo.
Hindi ko pa gano'n na-edit yung ano, yung
Yung
channel
i-link
ko.
mo lang siya, yung Facebook page mo,
Oo
kung
nga,
may TikTok ka ilagay mo dun.
puwede i-edit ko na rin siya.
Lagay mo na siya, madali lang yun.
Mm.
I-copy link mo lang, oh, 'di ba? Ayan,
Oo,
mamaya che-check ko yan, kasi gusto kong kunin yung link para
okey.
kahit paano naibababa ko rin siya dito, ayan. Ayan, and any last words at siyempre kung saan ka namin matatagpuan or any upcoming, oh, 'di ba, upcoming. Ayan, the floor is yours.
Upcoming upload will be yung travel ko pa rin sa Dubai. Ayun, marami pa akong may upload na one. Makita niyo dun yung Dubai Garden, yung Expo 2021, tsaka maraming lugar na nag-travel ako dun sa Dubai with my sister. Yeah. Just follow me on The Forger sa YouTube and Doodle Yusawan sa Facebook page. Thank you, guys.
I-PM mo na rin sa'kin,
Sige.
i-PM mo na rin sa'kin yung dalawang link para i-edit ko 'tong description,
Mm.
lalagay ko at saka bukas minsan naglalagay ako sa community, kumbaga kung sino, para hindi mo masabi 'di ba? Kahit maliit lang
Oo.
naman yung bahay ko, hindi mo masabi kung sino 'di ba?
Marami nang pumapasok sa bahay mo, eh.
Eh, small way of saying
Oo,
thank you, oh, 'di ba?
oo.
Ayan, 'di ba? At saka para lumaki, 'di ba? May mga international naman tayong mga nandito. Hindi mo
Mm.
masabi mamaya parehas pa pala kayo. Si Just Roaming ano din 'yan, sa arts din 'yan.
RD,
Kumbaga
din.
siya naman, kumbaga ano siya, ang trabaho niya is siya yung gumagawa ng mga banners, mga gano'n, sa
Hmm,
malaking kumpanya kumbaga. Yung mga football player sa Europe, 'di ba, bigatin. So, kung nandiyan ka pa ayun, siya yung next guest ko. So, kapag nakapag-connect ka siyempre yung mga ideas, creativity, puwede kayong mag-connect-connect, 'di ba, hindi mo masabi, 'di ba? So, yun, take opportunity na rin yun, 'di ba? Malay mo mag-VFX ka, oh, 'di ba, computer
oo.
naman kalikutin mo. Marami kaya akong nakikitang ano, yung mga malalaki ng YouTuber, pinapa-edit na lang nila or pinapagawa na lang nila kung ano-ano. 'Di ba, puwede mong gawing online, gano'n. 'Di ba 'pag natuto ka, mga gano'ng bagay, oh, 'di ba? Ayun. Pero
Ah,
'yun basta connect-connect ay i-PM mo sa'kin, huwag mong kalimutan,
sige, sige,
yung
sige.
link, ayan.
Bababa na rin ako,
Thank
Ice,
you,
ha, kasi
thank you,
nagpe-prepared na rin ako
the
ng ano, ng food.
forger. Maraming
Salamat.
maraming salamat talaga. I appreciate
Yes.
it. Mwah, 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 mwah. Ayan, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Ang dami niyan,
Bye, guys. Mega love shouts sa inyo.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ayun guys, ayan. O, 'di ba? Natuwa ba kayo? Ang haba 'no, ang haba ng LS natin ngayon. Pero sana ayan, kahit hindi ko masyado kayong nababasa agad-agad yung mga nandiyan sa baba, yung mga sinasabi ninyo. Medyo na-late ako sa pagbabasa. Alam niyo naman minsan siyempre mahirap naman ihinto yung mga nagsasalita dito and sana naiintindihan niyo rin na sometimes may gano'n talaga. Pero hindi ibig sabihin nun, hindi ko kayo nakikita diyan sa baba. Binabasa ko 'yan at siyempre babalikan ko yung mga pinagsasabi niyo kasi importante para sa akin na nalalaman ko din kung ano yung mga pinag-iisipan niyo at saka kung ano yung mga point of views niyo, 'di ba? Ayan, and siyempre hindi naman tayo magtatapos kung hindi ako kakanta, oh, 'di ba? Sana gising pa yung nanay ko, 'di ba? Sana nandiyan ka pa. And syempre patutulugin ko na rin kayo guys. 'Di ba? O ano na Tab J, last song, gusto mong kumanta? Kanta ka? Ayan, syempre kanta tayo guys. Ano ba yun? Ano bang title nun guys? Limutan ko na tuloy. Ata yun. Tingnan natin. Makinig muna kayo ng tugtog guys habang hinahanap. Nakaligpit na. Ay. Bakit? Bakit kanina? Kung kailan, napagod ka kanina, no, Tab J? Pagod ka, no? Nakailang oras ka kanina? Ano bang kantan to? Hindi ko na maalala. Ano bang kanta yung admin ko? Ano bang title nun? Yung sabi kong kakantahin ko. Pampatulog. Killing Me Softly. O dahil dyan, sige. Yan na muna. Para sa'yo, Tab J. Kantahin ko yan para sa'yo. Ay, mali-mali na ako. Ano ba yan? Nagkakaproblema yung aking... Hindi ko maintindihan anong nangyayari sa computer ko. Naluloka ako. Nagpe-play siya mag-isa niya, guys. Nakakabwisit. Killing Me Softly. Meron ba ako nun? Wait lang ah. Bakit ganun? Sige, kantayin ko yan para sa'yo, Tab J. Diyan ka lang ha. Ay, bastos. Ayan. Are you ready, Tab J? Ready ka na? Ayan. This is for you. Lalo ako aantokin ito. Patapos naman na admin. Kakanta na nga ako, 'di ba? Ayun, pangako. Pangako. Ay, pangako ba 'yun o yung isa? Ayan. I'm still here listening. O, 'di ba? Ayan, Shansky. Shansky. Shansi and Jensky. Thank you. Andyan pa kayo. Maraming salamat. Ayan. Ay, wala akong naririnig. Sorry naman, ulit. Ayun na naman siya. Nagloloko talaga siya, guys. Anong nangyayari? Ayan. Naririnig yun na, guys. And this one is for you. Hindi masyadong malakas yung tugtog. Love J, this is for you. I heard he sang a good song. I heard he had a style, and so I came to see him, to listen for a while. Little bit, I heard he was this young boy, a stranger to my eyes, strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song. I flushed, oh flushed with fever, embarrassed by the crowd. I felt he found my letters and read each one aloud. I prayed that he would finish, but he just kept right on, strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song. Yes, a little bit of Japan. Mega, 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 mega love shout out. And syempre, Black Gamer Romainer. Mega, mega, mega love shout out. Ayan. And Sir Mark, thank you, thank you. Strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song. Ayan, guys. O, diba? Parang hindi ko alam yun, Jensky. Even if... Naku, parang mataas to eh. Meron bang lower key nito? Try ko lang Ayan. Try ko lang. A little bit. Ayan, konbanwa. Thank you, thank you. Diyos ko, parang ang taas naman ito. Kinakabahan naman ako sa'yo nito. Ano? Jensky? Parang nakakakaba to Ayan. Jam Morales. Try ko lang I'll try. I'll try, Jensky, Ulit. Ulit. Boom tarat-tarat na lang ho. So, hindi ko alam yun. Pero, I'll try Drensky. Those sleepless nights, all the tears I cried, all the pain I kept inside. I kept asking myself why you had to say goodbye. Was it just a dream when you said to me that there's someone new in your life? You could have at least lied. The truth that just killed me. Tama ba yun? Even if you mean the whole damn world to me, I can't forget you. Wait and see. I can be strong even without you. My life forever hoping you come back to me. Taas. Ang hirap, Drensky. For you. Paiyakin mo ako nito, Drensky. Ang taas. Yan. Sa mga tao nandyan, hindi ako pwedeng sumigaw masyado. Ayan. Okay lang ba, admin ko? Hindi ko naman pinapahiya yung sarili ko dito. Ayan. You mean the whole damn world to me. I can't forget you. Wait and see. I can be strong even without you. I can waste my life forever hoping you come back to me. But deep inside, I know I'd be waiting here for you. Naku, bawal bumirits. Ayan. I hope I made justice. Ayan. Huwag ka na umiyak. Ba't ka umiiyak, Drensky? Ano yung pangako pang mataas naman ata to, te Jenny? Ano eh? Admin ko eh. Ito ba yun? Ayan, sige. Just try to talk to each other. Ayan. Try to be friends with each other. Diba? Is this that one? Tama ba? Ito ba? And this is Tagalog. Noon. Ay, ito ba yun? Kala ko ang wagas na pag-ibig sa nobela lang matatagpuan at para bang kahirap na paniwalaan. your sleeping mother dear, this is for you. Ikaw pala ang hinihintay kong pangarap. Ngayong kapiling ka at tayo'y isa, hindi ko hahayaan sa atin ay may hadlang. Pangako sa'yo, ipaglalaban ko sa hirap at ginhawang ating pag-ibig, upang di makalayo kailanman, pagkat ang tulad mo ay minsan lang sa buhay ko. For richer, for poor, in sickness and in health, till death do us part. Diba? May ganun. Upang di makalayo kailanman, pagkat ang tulad mo ay minsan lang sa buhay ko. Ayan. And of course, ayan, this is last one, guys. Ayan. I hope you're liking my song, guys. But I hope you do, guys. Yes. Awesome, man. Hajime mashite. I'm based in Nara. And how about yourself? Yes. And I hope you know this song, guys. This is all for you, guys. Hope you like this one. Have a wonderful, wonderful night, guys. And I hope you're close to people that you love and you always tell them that you appreciate them, you love them. I wanna hold the hand inside you. I wanna take the breath that's true. I look to you and I see nothing. I look to you to see the truth. You live your life, go in shadows. You come apart and you go black. Some kind of night into your darkness. Close your eyes with what's not there. Fade into you. Strange you never knew. Fade into you. I think it's strange you never knew. Yes, Tabri. Pampatulog, diba? Ayan. para masarap yung mga tulog nyo dyan sa gabi. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful sleep, guys. And I hope you enjoyed tonight's live stream. And if you still want to come back here, don't forget, subscribe, like, and share. Oh, diba? The stranger life comes on slowly. Stranger's heart without a home. You put your hands into your head, and then smiles cover your heart. Fade into you. Strange you never knew. Fade into you. I think it's strange you never knew. I think it's strange you never knew. And yan, thank you to everyone. I hope you did had a great and wonderful perspective that is not your own. I hope you learned something today, and I hope you learned from people in the live stream as well. And Black Gamer, good night, and always thank you, Black Gamer. Ayan, nice to meet all of the best. Ayan, and he's going to sleep. Oyasumi. Ayan. Thank you. I saw singing and thought, wow. Ooh, thank you. Ayan. Thank you for appreciating this song. And yes, nice to meet you too. Ayan. And also Lito says, nice to meet you too. Ayan. And Lean Samson Vlogs, thank you. Ayan. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. And yun, I hope you have a wonderful night, a wonderful sleep, and always remember, ICEE Fit is gonna be here to stay, and I hope I can guide and support you in whatever your heart desires. Let's get physically and mentally fit. Good night. Oyasumi everyone, and I love you all. Dahil sa channel na ito, sabay-sabay tayo guys. Kayo ang bida. Bye-bye, guys. Ciao.